Before we begin, let yourself settle. Find the most comfortable position you can, and let the weight of the day loosen its hold on you. There is nothing left to do tonight, nothing to solve, nothing to carry. Let your shoulders soften. Let your jaw unclench. Let your breathing slow, all on its own, into the quiet rhythm of someone who is finally allowed to rest. Let the room grow dim around you. Let the edges of things blur and soften, the way the world softens at the end of a long day, when the fire has burned low and the lamps are turned down and there is nothing left to look at but the dark. You do not have to hold anything up any longer, not a single thought. Let them all set themselves down, one by one, like travelers laying down their packs at the end of a long road. Tonight, we travel far to the cold north of the old world, to a time before your time, before anyone's time, when the 9 realms hung like lanterns in the branches of a single great tree, and at the still center of all of it, there was a wanderer, a grey traveller in a wide-brimmed hat, leaning on a spear, walking the long roads of the worlds in search of one thing above all others, wisdom. His name was Odin, the Allfather, and this is the slow and quiet story of how he came to know the deep secrets of the world and what he gave away to learn them. So let the sound of my voice be the only thread you hold. If your thoughts drift, let them. You do not need to follow every word. You only need to rest and to breathe and to drift a little further down with each slow sentence. There is no destination we must reach tonight. There is only the road and the quiet and the slow unwinding of an old story, told the way such stories were always meant to be told, softly, in the dark, to someone who is nearly asleep. In the beginning, there was the tree, Yggdrasil, the world tree, whose trunk was older than memory, and whose roots reached down into places no light had ever touched. Its branches held the realms of gods and giants, of the living and the dead, of fire and of ice, and its leaves, silver green and endless, whispered together in a wind that never quite stopped. If you stood beneath it and looked up, you would never find the top. It simply rose and rose into a sky that had no edge. There were 3 great roots to that tree, and each one reached down into a different kind of deep. One root reached toward the well of the giants, in the cold country of frost. One reached toward the still waters of wisdom, of which we will speak before this night is over, and one reached toward the well of fate itself, where 3 quiet women tended the tree and wove the threads of all that would ever be. The tree drank from all 3 wells, and grew, and held the worlds in its branches the way a mother holds a sleeping child, without effort, without strain, simply because that is what it was made to do. But before there was a tree, before there were roots or wells or worlds, there was only the great emptiness. Let yourself drift back to it now, gently, the way you drift back into the quiet just before sleep. In the very beginning, there was a vast and yawning void, a silence with no edges, neither warm nor cold, neither light nor dark. It had no name that any tongue could speak, and it held nothing at all, only itself, only the enormous patient quiet that comes before all things. And then, very slowly, at the two far ends of that emptiness, something began. To the north, there grew a country of ice and mist and frost, a land of long shadow and slow falling snow, where nothing moved but the drifting fog. And to the south, there grew a country of fire and warm light, glowing softly in the dark. For a long age they stayed apart, the ice and the fire, each keeping to its own end of the void. But the void was not truly endless, and in time the warm breath of the south drifted north and touched the edges of the ice, and the ice began, very gently, to melt. And where the fire and the frost met, in the soft middle of the emptiness, life first stirred. From the melting ice, there came a great sleeping shape, older than the gods, and from the same thawing frost, there came a gentle creature, a great and patient cow, who fed the sleeping shape with rivers of her milk. And she herself fed upon the salt and the frost of the ice, licking it slowly, the way cattle lick a stone. And as she licked, out of the ice she uncovered the shape of the very first of the old ones, the grandfather of the gods. From that first one came others, and in time came 3 brothers, and the eldest of the 3 was Odin. And the 3 brothers looked out at the great sleeping shape, and the country of ice, and the country of fire, and they understood that the worlds were not yet made, that everything was still only the raw stuff of things, waiting. And so, in the way of the very old stories, the brothers set about the long and patient work of making the world out of what there was. They shaped the earth and the seas from the sleeping shape of the deep. They lifted the dome of the sky above it. They took the drifting sparks from the country of fire and set them high in the dark to be the sun and the moon and the countless quiet stars. Let that settle over you softly, the way the first stars settled into the first sky. The making of the world was not a loud thing, not a thing of hammering and haste. It was slow and careful and patient, the way you might smooth a blanket over a sleeping child, tucking in each corner, making everything even and calm and ready for rest. And when the brothers had made the earth and the sky and the sea, they walked along the new shore in the soft evening light, and there they found 2 fallen trees, an ash and an elm, washed up on the sand, and out of those 2 trees they shaped the first man and the first woman. Odin himself bent down over them and gave them the first breath, the warm, slow breath of life. And so the first people opened their eyes upon the new world and looked up at the new stars and were not afraid. And this is why, ever after, Odin was called the Allfather, not because he was loud or because he was fierce, though he could be both when the world demanded it, but because he had breathed the first breath into the first sleeping shapes and set the worlds in order and given the stars their places in the dark. He was the one who made things ready. He was the one who tucked the corners of the world into place and lit the small lights against the night. Remember that as you lie here, warm and safe in the dark. The same patient hand that set the stars in the sky is the hand that holds the world steady tonight, so that you may rest. The middle of all these worlds, the bright and golden place the gods made for themselves, was called Asgard, and it stood high above the lands of mortals, joined to them by a bridge of soft and shifting light, a rainbow bridge that arched across the dark. In Asgard, the gods raised their halls, roof beside roof, gold and quiet in the long northern evenings. But a place so fair needed a wall around it, a great high wall to keep it safe. And the raising of that wall is a small story worth the telling, because it is where a certain grey horse first came into the world. A builder came to Asgard, a great slow stranger out of the country of stone and frost, and he offered to raise the wall, whole and high and strong, in a single season. In return, he asked for a hard and impossible price, and the gods, thinking the task could never be finished in time, agreed. But the builder had a horse, a broad grey stallion of enormous strength, and through the long nights that stallion hauled, stone after stone up the mountain roads, more stone than any team of horses could ever move, and the wall rose faster than the gods had ever thought it could. Now, when it seemed the builder might truly finish in time, the gods grew uneasy, and so a clever trick was played. On a soft spring evening, when the grey stallion was hauling his great load of stone, there came out of the woods a slender grey mare, and she called to him, and the stallion, being a horse, forgot his work and followed her away into the dark trees, and the two of them ran together through the forest all the night long. And so the wall was not finished in time, and the impossible price was never paid. But something else came of that night in the woods. In the fullness of time, the grey mare bore a foal unlike any other, grey as mist, with 8 strong legs, swift as the wind over land and sea and sky. And that foal was Sleipnir, and Odin took him for his own, and there was never in all the 9 realms a horse to match him. Picture that grey horse for a moment, in the soft way you picture things as you drift towards sleep. Sleipnir, grey as fog on water, standing quiet in the evening light, with his 8 legs folded beneath him, his breath slow and warm, his great dark eye half closed. He carried Odin down every long road of the worlds, over the mountains and across the seas, and along the dim paths that lead down even into the country of the dead, and he never faltered, and he never tired, and his hoofbeats were as soft and steady as a slow heart at rest. In his high hall in Asgard, Odin kept his companions about him, and each of them is worth knowing before we walk the long road with him. At his feet lay 2 grey wolves, Jerry and Freki, the greedy one and the ravenous one, and they were not fierce to him, but gentle, lying warm against his side, the way old dogs lie by a fire. And at his feasts he fed them from his own hand, and took only wine for himself. On his shoulders sat 2 ravens, Hugin and Munin, whose names were Thought and Memory, of whom we will hear more very soon. And in his hand he held a spear, Gungnir, forged by the patient, dark-dwelling smiths beneath the mountains, its shaft carved with runes, its point so true that once cast it could never miss its mark. And high above the halls he kept a seat called Helidskjalf, and when he sat in that high seat, he could see out across all the 9 realms at once, every harbour and every hearth, every road and every sleeping valley. The spear and many of the other treasures of the gods had come out of the deep places of the earth, from the forges of the dwarves, the patient, dark-dwelling smiths, who worked their metal far down beneath the mountains where no daylight ever reached. Theirs was a slow and careful craft, and there is something restful in the thought of it. The soft red glow of the forge in the deep dark, the steady tap of the small hammers, the quiet makers bent over their work through the long ages, shaping wonders no one above ground would ever see them make. Out of those forges came Gungnir, the spear that never missed. Out of those forges came a ship that could be folded up small as a cloth and carried in a pocket, and yet, when it was unfolded on the water, would always find a fair wind. And out of those forges came a golden ring for Odin's hand, called Draupnir, the dripping one, and this was its quiet wonder. Every 9th night, from that one ring, 8 rings of equal weight would softly fall, and from each of those, in time, 8 more, so that from a single ring came an endless gentle increase, gold out of gold, without end, without effort, the way sleep, once it begins, deepens of its own accord into more sleep, and then more. Let that image stay with you a moment, soft as it is, a single golden ring in the dark, and from it, every 9th night, more, quietly, without anyone having to make them, without anyone having to try. Some good things in this world do not have to be worked for once they have begun. They simply increase of themselves in the quiet, the way rest deepens into deeper rest, the way one slow breath leads without effort into the next, and the next, each one carrying you a little further down. Long before the journeys we will follow tonight, Odin was already a walker of roads, and not only the roads of the gods. Often, on the quiet evenings when Asgard did not need him, he would put on the grey cloak and the wide grey hat and go down over the rainbow bridge into the lands of mortals and walk among them unknown, an old one-eyed traveller leaning on a staff, asking nothing but a seat by the fire and a little talk before sleep. He went by many names on those roads, so that none would know him. To one household he was the wanderer, and to another the greybeard, and to another simply the guest who came at dusk and was gone by morning. He had more names than any other being in all the 9 realms, one for every road he walked and every door he knocked upon in the falling dark. And this is the gentle thing about those wanderings. He came to see who would open the door to a cold and tired stranger, and who would turn him away. Where he found a poor house that shared its small supper gladly, that gave the old traveller the warm seat and the first bowl and the kind word. There he would leave some quiet gift behind him, unseen, discovered only after he had gone, a blade that would never dull, A word of counsel that came true. A run of good years, soft as a blessing, over a house that had shown kindness to a stranger in the night. He did not reward the grand or the proud. He rewarded the ones who were gentle to a weary guest when they thought no one of consequence was watching. Picture him on one of those evenings, if you like, as you lie here warm in your own bed, an old grey traveller coming up a snowy road at dusk, his hat pulled low, his staff tapping softly on the frozen ground, the light of a single small window glowing gold ahead of him in the blue winter dark. A door opening, a voice saying, come in, out of the cold. There is room by the fire, and enough in the pot to share." And the old wanderer stepping over the threshold into the warmth, and setting down his staff, and being, for one quiet night, simply a guest among kind people at the end of a long day. That was Odin too, as much as the king in the high hall, the one who walked the cold roads himself and remembered forever who had been kind. He was a king among the gods then, and he had power, and he had beauty, and he had the loyalty of every warrior who had ever fallen bravely. And still, it was not enough, because he could feel, somewhere out at the edges of things, a great tide moving, a future coming that he could not yet see, and more than anything, in all the 9 realms, Odin wanted to see. It was not a hunger for more power, and it was not a restlessness of the ordinary kind. It was the deep and quiet wish of one who loves the world to understand it fully, to know how it began and how it was woven, and how, in the far-off end of things, it would one day turn. So he rose from his high seat, and he set down his crown, and he took up instead a plain grey cloak and a wide grey hat, pulled low over his face. He took his spear, Gungnir, whose point never missed, and whose shaft was carved with runes older than the gods, and he walked out of the golden halls of Asgard, alone, the way he always went when he was truly seeking, not as a king, as a wanderer. This was his way, always. When Odin wished to learn, he did not send others to fetch the knowledge for him. He put on the grey cloak of the traveller, and he went himself, on foot, down the long roads, and he asked, and he listened, and he waited. Let yourself walk with him a little way, in your mind. The road is soft under your feet. The air is cool and clean, carrying the scent of pine and of distant snow. On either side, the great roots of Yggdrasil rise out of the earth, like sleeping hills, mossed over, ancient, patient. There is no hurry here. There is only the road, and the grey sky, and the slow and steady sound of footsteps that have walked for 1,000 years and are in no rush to arrive. 2 ravens flew above him as he went. Their names were Hugin and Munin, thought and memory. Every morning at dawn, Odin would send them out across all the worlds, and they would fly to the farthest corners of everything, and they would see all that could be seen. And every evening they would return and settle one on each of his shoulders and lean close to his ears and whisper to him everything they had learned that day, all the small doings of the world, a ship setting sail in the east, a child born in a valley to the west, a single leaf falling from the highest branch of the world tree. Thought and memory brought it all home to him. It is said that Odin loved those two ravens above almost all his other treasures, and that he feared a little each morning when he sent them out, that one day they might not return. Thought might be lost in the wide world, or memory might wander too far and forget the way home. And is that not a gentle and human sort of fear, even for a god? To send your thought and your memory out into the vast world each day, and to wait and to hope they find their way back to you by evening. But every evening so far, they had always come home out of the grey sky to settle on his shoulders and lean close and tell him all that they had seen. But even they could not bring him what he wanted most, for the deepest wisdom does not live out in the wide world where ravens can fly. It lives down in the dark, at the roots of things, in the still waters that no bird has ever seen. And so Odin walked down along the great root of the world tree, into the cool shadow beneath the earth, where the light grew soft and blue, and then softer still. The road wound gently downward, turning and turning, and the air grew close and quiet, the way the air grows quiet in a deep cave or beneath a heavy blanket of snow. And with every step down, he left a little more of the bright world behind him. Feel yourself going down with him now, gently, into that soft blue quiet. There is nothing to fear in the going down. It is only deeper and stiller and calmer, each turn of the road wrapping you in a little more silence, the way each slow breath wraps you in a little more sleep. Down and down, past the sleeping roots, past the seams of old stone, into the deep, patient hush at the bottom of the world. At the bottom of that root, in a hollow of ancient stone, there was a well. Its water was black and perfectly still, so still it seemed less like water and more like a window into somewhere very far away. This was Mimir's well, the well of wisdom, and it was said that anyone who drank from it would understand the deep workings of the world, the way the tides move and the way the seasons turn, and the way all things are woven together into one great pattern. But the well had a keeper, and the keeper was Mimir. Mimir was old beyond reckoning. He was wisdom itself, patient and grey and slow, and he sat beside his well the way a mountain sits beside a valley, as though he had always been there and always would be. When Odin came down out of the shadows and stood at the edge of the water, Mimir did not seem surprised. He had been expecting him, perhaps for a very long time. "You have come a long way, wanderer," Mimir said, and his voice was as deep and quiet as the well itself. "You have come for a drink of my water." "I have," said Odin. "I have come to understand. I feel the future moving, out at the edge of things, and I cannot see it. I would give a great deal to see it clearly." Mimir was quiet for a while. The water between them did not move. Somewhere far above, a single leaf of the world tree turned in the wind. "Wisdom is never freely given," Mimir said at last. "That is the one thing that is always true. Everything in the 9 realms has its price, and the deeper the knowledge, the higher the price to be paid. You may drink from my well, but you must give me something you cannot easily lose. You must give me an eye. Now, imagine standing there for a moment, at the edge of that dark and silent water, in the cool blue quiet, beneath the roots of the world. Imagine what it is to want something so much that you would pay for it in a part of yourself. Odin stood very still. He looked down into the black water, and in its perfect stillness, he saw his own reflection looking back at him, a grey traveller in a wide hat with two clear and watchful eyes. He did not argue. He did not try to bargain the price down. He understood, in the deep way that the wise understand, that some things are worth what they cost. And so, slowly and without fear, he raised his hand to his face, and he gave his eye to the well. And the pain, if there was pain, passed like a wave that rises and then settles again into calm. The eye sank down into the black water without a sound, and where it settled, at the very bottom of the well, it is said that it shines there still, a single point of soft light in the deep dark, watching the roots of the world forever. Then Mimir lifted a great horn, dark with age, and he dipped it into the well, and he filled it to the brim with the still black water, and he held it out across the water to the one-eyed god. "Drink, then," he said. "You have paid the price. Drink and understand." And Odin drank. Let yourself sink a little deeper now as he drinks. Feel the calm of that quiet place move through you. There is nothing frightening here. There is only the slow understanding that everything worth having is worth waiting for and worth working for, and that the deepest things come only to those patient enough to go down into the dark and quiet to find them. The water was cold and clear, and it tasted of stone and of shadow and of the very beginning of the world. And as it moved through him, Odin felt the whole pattern of things open around him like a door. He understood the tides and the turning of the seasons and the slow drift of the stars. He understood how the roots of the tree drew up the deep waters, and how the leaves let out the wind, and how everything was joined to everything else in one endless, gentle weave. He saw further and deeper than he had ever seen with two eyes, now that he had only one, for he had traded the sight of the small and near for the sight of the great and far. He thanked Mimir quietly, the way you thank someone who has given you something you will spend the rest of your life understanding. And then he began the long, slow climb back up, out of the well, up along the great route, back toward the soft light of the world above. And with every step up, he carried the new deep quiet of that place inside him. But there was a wisdom of another kind that Odin still sought, and it was one not in the dark beneath the world, but high in the mountains of the giants. And it is one of the loveliest of all the old tales, so let us follow him there before we go on. For there was in those days a certain drink, brewed long ago from honey, and from the blood of the wisest being that ever lived, and whoever tasted even a little of it would be given the gift of poetry and of wise and beautiful speech, so that words would come to him like clear water, and he would be able to say the true shape of things. The Mead of Poetry, it was called, and it had passed from hand to hand through the years until at last it came to rest deep inside a mountain, guarded in 3 great vats, kept by a giant who trusted no one, and watched over, night and day, by the giant's daughter. As for the wisest being whose gift lived on in that mead, his story was a quiet one. Long ago, when an old quarrel among the gods was finally laid to rest, they had made, out of their reconciliation, a single being in whom was gathered all the wisdom of everyone, and they called him Kvasir. He walked the worlds answering every question that was ever put to him, for there was nothing he did not understand, and wherever he went, he left people wiser and more at peace than he had found them. But wisdom so freely given is a thing others covet, and in time Kvasir passed out of the world, and from what remained of him, mixed with sweet honey, the precious mead was brewed, so that the gift of the wisest being was not lost, but held, and could still be shared. It is a gentle thought in its way, that the wisdom of the kind does not vanish when they are gone, but settles into the world like honey into water, and can still be tasted long after by those who go looking for it patiently enough. Odin wanted that mead, not out of greed, but because he understood that wisdom is not only the knowing of things, but the telling of them, the finding of words worthy of the truth. And so once more he put on his grey cloak, and once more he went himself, on foot, into the high cold country of the giants, taking a new name, as he often did, so that none would know the wanderer for the Allfather. The way into the mountain was long and patient, and Odin was patient. He worked a whole hard summer in the giants' fields to earn his way toward the mead, and when at last he stood before the sheer stone of the mountain, he did not batter at it or try to break in by force. He bored a small, slender opening through the rock, quiet and unhurried, and then he changed his shape, as the wise sometimes could, into a serpent, thin and grey, and he slipped through the little opening into the dark heart of the mountain. And there, in a soft-lit hollow deep inside the stone, he found the 3 great vats of the mead, and beside them, keeping her long watch, the giant's daughter, whose name was Gunnlöð. She had sat there in the quiet dark for a very long time, guarding the treasure her father prized, and she was lonely in the way that only those who keep long watches in quiet places can be lonely. Odin came to her gently, and he was kind to her, and he stayed with her in the soft light of that inner chamber, and for 3 quiet nights the 2 of them kept the long watch together, and were, for a little while, not lonely at all. And when the 3 nights had passed, Gunnlöð, out of the kindness that had grown between them, gave him leave to drink. 3 draughts she granted him, 1 from each of the 3 great vats, and Odin bent to the first vat and drank, 1 long, slow draught, and emptied it, and he bent to the second and drank, and emptied it, and he bent to the third and drank, and emptied it too. 3 great draughts, and the whole of the precious mead was his. Then he changed his shape once more into a great eagle, and rose up through the heart of the mountain and out into the wide grey sky, and he flew home over the mountains and the seas toward Asgard, carrying within him the whole of the mead of poetry. And when he came at last to the golden halls, the other gods had set out vessels to receive it, and Odin gave the mead up, out of himself, into their keeping, so that ever after it might be shared. And that is why the old people said, whenever a true and beautiful word is spoken, whenever a song or a story comes out just right and says the true shape of a thing, it is because a little of Odin's mead has been given to the one who speaks it. Perhaps a little of it is in these very words, tonight, helping them to carry you down softly towards sleep. Rest in that thought a while, the soft light of the inner mountain, the 3 quiet nights of the long watch kept together in the dark, the slow eagle flight home over the sleeping sea. There is no haste anywhere in it, no struggle, only patience rewarded, only the long, quiet work of one who wanted to understand and to speak the truth beautifully, and who was willing to walk the whole long road himself to earn it. But Odin was not finished. There was a wisdom deeper still than the well could give, deeper even than the mead. There were the runes. The runes were not letters, not the way you might think of letters. They were the hidden shapes that lay underneath everything, the secret signs written into the roots of the world tree itself, older than the gods, older than the giants, older than time. To know the runes was to know the deepest magic of all, how to heal, how to calm a storm, how to turn aside a blade, how to ease sorrow, how to loosen chains, how to quiet a troubled mind, how to bring rest to the sleepless. But the runes did not reveal themselves to anyone who simply asked. They rose up only to one who was willing to suffer for them, to wait for them, to hang at the very edge of everything until they chose to appear. And so, Odin did the hardest thing of all. He returned to Yggdrasil, the great world tree, and he climbed high up into its branches, up where the wind was soft and endless, and the leaves whispered together in their old grey language. And there, with his own spear Gungnir, he wounded himself, and he bound himself to the tree, and he let himself hang, not to die, for he was a god, and could not truly die, to wait, to hang between the worlds, taking no food and no water, given to himself, an offering of himself to himself, neither living nor dead, at the very center of everything, until the runes should choose to show themselves to him. For 9 long nights he hung there. 9 nights. Let that number settle over you like a slow falling snow. 1 night, and then another, and then another. The wind moving through the leaves, the stars wheeling slowly overhead, and then sinking again into dawn, and then the day passing, soft and grey, and then the stars once more. Odin hung in the great tree, and he did not move, and he did not eat, and he did not drink. He only waited. He looked down and down into the shadowed places at the roots of the world, and he emptied himself of everything he thought he knew, and he waited for what was deeper still. This is a kind of patience that is hard for us to imagine in our quick and hurried lives. To simply be still, to let go of hunger and of restlessness and of the constant reaching for the next thing. To hang in the quiet and let the deep truth come to you in its own time and not one moment sooner. There is a peace in it at the bottom of the difficulty, a peace that comes when you finally stop struggling and simply let yourself be held by the great tree of the world. And you, tonight, are learning a gentler version of that same wisdom. You do not need to reach for sleep. You do not need to chase it, or force it, or worry it into coming. You need only to let go, the way Odin let go, and hang softly in the quiet, and let rest come to you in its own time. It is already on its way. You have only to wait for it, without effort, without hurry. The first night passed. The wind rose and fell. Odin waited. The second night passed. The stars turned slowly overhead, cold and clear and beautiful, and he watched them without needing anything from them. He simply watched. The third night, and the fourth, and the fifth. The great tree held him. The leaves whispered on and on, an endless soft murmur, like the sound of a distant sea, or of rain on a roof far away, or of someone breathing slowly beside you in the dark. The sixth night, and the seventh, he grew still and stiller. His thoughts, which had been busy for so long, began at last to quiet. All the striving fell away, all the wanting fell away. There was only the tree, and the wind, and the dark, and the patient waiting. The eighth night, and now, deep down in the roots below him, something began to stir. A faint light far down in the shadow, a shape beginning to rise. And on the ninth night, at the very edge of all his strength, when he had let go of everything and asked for nothing and simply waited in the deep quiet, the runes rose up to him. Out of the dark roots of the world they came, shining softly, one after another, revealing themselves at last to the one who had waited long enough and given enough and been patient enough to receive them. He reached down and he took them up, and in that moment he understood the deepest magic of all the 9 realms. He learned the sign that heals a wound, and the sign that quiets a storm at sea, and the sign that turns a weapon aside, and the sign that unbinds a captive, and the sign that soothes grief, and the sign that brings soft sleep to those who cannot rest. All of them rose to him out of the deep, and he knew them at last. And of all those runes, the old people told of one in particular, and it is the one that matters most to us tonight. For among the signs Odin took up from the roots of the world, there was one whose whole purpose was to bring rest, a rune of quiet, a rune of soft and dreamless sleep. It was said that when the world was weary, when there were those who lay awake in the dark and could not find their way down into rest, Odin, from his high seat, would speak that one soft rune out over the 9 realms, gently, the way you might smooth a hand over a child's brow, and where the rune settled, sleep would follow. Cares would loosen, thoughts would slow, The tight places in the mind would ease and come undone, one by one, like knots working themselves loose in still water, and the sleepless would sink at last into the deep and gentle dark they had been longing for. Perhaps that rune is at work now, softly, in these very words. Perhaps that is what these old stories have always truly been, spoken low in the dark at the end of the day. A way of passing that quiet rune along, from the wanderer who suffered 9 nights to learn it, down through all the ages of tellers and listeners, all the way to you, here, tonight, lying warm and still and ready to receive it. Let it settle over you, let it do its old and gentle work. There is nothing you need to do to help it along. You need only lie still and breathe and let the quiet rune carry you down. And then, gently, the tree released him. He came down out of the branches, slow and quiet, back to the soft ground, carrying within him now the well's deep water and the mead of true speech and the tree's deep runes. He was changed. He was quieter than before, and older and wiser, and there was a stillness in him now that had not been there when he set out. He had gone down into the dark, and he had waited in the quiet, and he had come back, knowing what he had set out to know. But there was one journey still that the wisest of the gods had to make, and it was the quietest and the longest of them all, and it began, as such things often do, with a dream. For Odin had a son, the gentlest and the most beloved of all the gods, so bright and so kind that wherever he walked, it was as though a soft light walked with him, and no one who ever met him could hold a hard thought in his presence. Balder was his name, the Shining One, and he was loved in Asgard the way the first warm day is loved after a long winter. And then, one night, that bright sun began to be troubled in his sleep by heavy dreams, dark and shapeless dreams that he could not remember on waking, but that left a shadow lying over him all the day. And the gods grew uneasy, for the dreams of the Shining One felt like a warning, though none of them could say of what. So Odin did what Odin always did when there was something hidden that he needed to understand. He went himself, alone, to find it out. He saddled the great grey horse, Sleipnir, and he rode down out of Asgard, down and down along the long, dim roads that lead away from the world of the living, toward the still country, at the very bottom of things, where the dead keep their quiet. Ride with him a little way, softly, in your mind, for it is a peaceful road, for all that it leads into the dark. Down through the cold, clean air, down past the frost and the mist, the 8 soft hooves of Sleipnir falling steady and even on the old dim road, on and on, deeper and deeper into the great quiet, until even the last light of the living world was gone behind them, and there was only the horse and the road and the enormous patient silence of the deep. At the borders of that still country, by an old grave grown over with grass, Odin drew rein and stepped down, and there he worked the oldest of his arts, and spoke a soft rune of waking over the mound, and called up out of her long sleep an ancient seeress, a wise woman, older than memory, who had lain there in the quiet for more ages than anyone could count. She rose slowly, the way one rises from a very deep sleep, and she was not pleased to be woken, for the sleep of that country is heavy and sweet and hard to leave. But Odin spoke gently to her, as one wise old traveler to another, and he asked her what he had come so far and so deep to ask. Why did the halls below stand ready and adorned? For whom were the benches strewn and the golden cups set out? Who was it that the still country was preparing so quietly to welcome? And the old seeress, in the slow and certain voice of one who sees the whole of the pattern, told him. She told him that the Shining One was coming in his time, that the bright sun would one day pass out of the world of the living and come down into the quiet country, and that the halls were being made ready for him even now. It was the hardest knowing Odin had ever bought, harder than the eye, harder than the 9 nights on the tree, for it was the knowing of a sorrow he could not turn aside, a thread in the great weave that even the Allfather could not unpick. And he received it the way the wise receive such things, in stillness, without struggling against what could not be changed. But the old seeress did not stop there, for she could see further along the great cloth than the sorrow, all the way to the far side of it. And she told him this too, and it is the part worth carrying down into sleep. She told him that the Shining One would not be lost forever, that after the long winter and the great darkness at the end of the ages, when the old world had gone down at last into the deep, and a new one had risen, green and clean out of the sea, the bright sun would come back, up out of the still country, into the new morning light, and walk in the fresh meadows of the world reborn, as gentle and as shining as he had ever been. Nothing truly kind is ever lost for good. It only sleeps a while in the quiet country, and waits for the new morning and comes again. So Odin thanked the old seeress and let her sink back down into her long and welcome sleep, and he mounted the grey horse and rode the long road up again, up out of the deep and the dark, back toward the living light, carrying the sorrow and the comfort of it folded quietly together in his heart, the way the night carries the morning folded inside it. He had gone down into the deepest quiet of all and asked the oldest question of all, and he had come back knowing, as he always came back knowing, a little sadder and a little wiser and a great deal more at peace. Now, before Odin walks the long road home, let us go with him to one more quiet place, for there is one more thing the wise wish to understand, and it waits at the 3rd root of the tree. Beneath that root there is another well, the well of fate, and beside it dwell 3 quiet women, older even than the gods. They are the Norns, and their names are What Was, and What Is, and What Shall Be. Day and night they tend the great tree. With soft white clay from the well, they mend the places where the bark has cracked, and with clear water they wash the roots, so that Yggdrasil, which holds all the worlds, may never wither, but stand green and strong through all the long ages. And as they tend the tree, the 3 Norns weave. From the well they draw the long threads of everything that will ever happen, and they weave them together, patiently, endlessly, into one great and gentle cloth. Every life is a thread in it. Every meeting, every parting, every journey out and every coming home. Yours is a thread in it too, woven long ago, running quietly through the pattern beside all the others. The Norns do not hurry, and they do not fret, and they do not ask whether the pattern might have been otherwise. They simply weave what is given them to weave, calmly, in the soft light beside the well, and let the great cloth grow. There is a deep and quieting comfort in that, if you let yourself feel it, that your thread was set into the weave long ago and runs its course, and that you do not have to hold it, or steer it, or worry it along. It is already woven. It carries you the way the road carries the traveler, the way the slow current carries the drifting boat. Tonight, you may set down the whole weight of tomorrow, because tomorrow is already a thread in the Norn's quiet weaving, and it will come in its own time, and you do not have to reach for it tonight. Tonight, there is only rest. Odin stood a while beside the Well of Fate, in the soft light, and watched the three quiet women weave. And because he had drunk from the Well of Wisdom, and hung 9 nights on the tree, he could see, now, further along the great cloth than any other could see. He could see the long ages turning, one after another, like the slow turning of the seasons. He could see the far, far end of the pattern, the twilight of the gods that would one day come, when the great wolf breaks its chain, and the long winter falls, and the worlds go down at last into the dark. He had wanted to see it, and now he could, and it did not frighten him, because he had learned the deepest thing of all, that the end of one thing is only the turning toward another. For he could see past the twilight too, to what lay beyond it. He saw how, after the long winter and the great darkness, the world would rise again out of the sea, new and green and washed clean, with fresh meadows where the old fields had been, and a young sun climbing a new sky. He saw that a few would live through the dark and come out into the morning on the far side, and stand in the new grass in the new light, and remember the old world softly, the way you remember a dream after waking. Nothing was truly lost. Everything only turned, like a wheel, like the seasons, from dark to light and back again, forever. And knowing this, Odin was at peace, even with the ending, because he understood at last that every ending holds a beginning, folded quietly inside it, the way every long night holds the morning. So let that be a comfort to you too, here in the dark. The day that has ended was only one turn of the great wheel, and another morning is already folded quietly inside this night, waiting, in no hurry, to come. You do not have to reach for it. It will arrive on its own, green and new, the way it always has. All you must do tonight is rest and let the wheel turn softly beneath you. Now, as Odin walks the long road home, let us drift with him a while longer, softly, in no hurry at all. The road home wound up out of the shadowed places and back into the gentle light of the middle world. On either side, the great roots of Yggdrasil rose and fell like sleeping hills, mossed and ancient and calm. The two ravens, Thought and Memory, came flying back to him out of the grey sky and settled once more on his shoulders and leaned close and whispered to him all the quiet doings of the world. A ship coming safe to harbour in the east. Snow beginning to fall, soft and slow, on a valley far to the north. A fire burning low and warm in a hall where tired travellers had lain down at last to sleep. And Odin listened, and he smiled, a small and quiet smile, because now he understood not only what was happening, but why, and how all of it was woven together into one great gentle pattern that turned and turned like the slow wheel of the seasons. He had gone out as a seeker, hungry to know, and he was coming home as one who knew, and the knowing had not made him restless, as he had once half feared it might. It had made him calm, it had made him quiet, it had settled him, the way a long day of good work settles a tired body towards sleep. Sleipnir came to meet him on the road, the great grey eight-legged horse, and carried him the last of the way, his hoofbeats soft and even on the old road, and Odin rode home through the last light of the day, with his ravens on his shoulders and his wolves loping quietly at his side, and the whole slow company of them moved through the gathering dusk without a sound, at peace. He came at last to the high halls of Asgard, gleaming softly gold in the last light of the day. And there was Valhalla, the great hall of the fallen, with its roof of golden shields and its rafters of spears, where the bravest warriors who had ever lived now feasted and rested in peace. Through the wide doors he could see the long tables and the warm firelight, and the honoured dead at their ease, and he was glad, because he had built this place as a haven, a great warm hall at the top of the world, where the weary could finally set down their burdens and rest. It was to this hall that the Valkyries brought them, the choosers of the fallen, the quiet riders of the upper air. Over the far battlefields of the mortal world they rode, and where a brave one had given all that they had and could give no more, gently the Valkyries would lift them up, out of the long labour and the noise and the striving, and carry them home over the dark sky to Asgard, to the wide warm doors of Valhalla. There the fighting was over forever. There was no more marching, no more watching, no more holding the line through the cold night. There was only the long hall and the fire that never burned low, and the endless quiet feast, and rest, and rest, and more rest, for all the tired ones who had finally been carried home. And the feast in that hall wanted for nothing, and never ran short, in the same gentle way that Draupnir never ran short of gold. There was a great beast, whose flesh, however much was taken each day, was always whole again by evening, so the tables were never bare. And there was a she-goat that stood upon the roof of the hall, and from her came a soft, endless stream of clear mead, enough for every one of the countless honoured dead, so the horns were never empty. Nothing in that place had to be earned twice. Nothing had to be guarded or rationed or feared for. The warriors who had spent their whole lives holding on, holding the wall, holding the line, holding up under the long weight of things, could at last let go of all of it, and simply be fed, and be warm, and be at peace, in a hall where the supper cooked itself, and the cup filled itself, and the fire tended itself, and there was nothing at all left for them to do but rest. There is a deep kindness in that old picture, and it is worth carrying with you down into sleep. The idea of a warm place at the very top of the world, made ready for the weary, where all the holding on is finally over, where you are simply carried in, out of the dark and the cold and the long effort, and set down by the fire, and looked after, and allowed at last to rest, having done enough, having done all you needed to do. That hall is not so far from the warm dark of your own room tonight. You too have done enough today. You too may be carried in now, and set down, and looked after by the quiet, and allowed to rest. And there, in the quiet of the high hall, Frigg was waiting for him, his wife, the gentlest and the wisest of the goddesses, who kept the halls of Asgard calm and in order while the wanderer walked his far roads. It was said of Frigg that she knew the whole of fate, every thread of it, all that had been and all that was still to come, just as fully as Odin himself had striven so hard to learn. But where he had gone down into wells and hung upon trees to win his knowing, she had simply always known, quietly, and she carried it lightly, and she spoke of it to no one. She sat at her spinning in the soft evening light, drawing out the long thread between her fingers, knowing all things and troubling no one with them, and there was a great peace in her stillness. She welcomed the traveler home the way you are welcomed home at the end of a long day, without many words, only with the warmth of a fire already lit and a place already made ready, and the quiet understanding that the journeying, for now, was done. Odin walked in among them, and he set aside his grey cloak and his wide hat, and he took his high seat once more, Hlidskjalf, the seat from which he could see out across all the 9 realms. He settled into it slowly, the way you settle into a chair by the fire at the end of a very long journey. His wolves lay down at his feet, warm and heavy and content. His ravens folded their wings upon his shoulders, and he looked out across everything he had come to understand, all the worlds hanging like soft lanterns in the branches of the great tree, and he was at peace. For he had wanted to see, and now he could see. He had gone down into the well and given his eye, and he had won the mead in the mountain of the giants, and he had hung 9 nights in the tree, and taken up the runes, and he had watched the Norns weave the long threads of fate beside their quiet well, and he had learned the one great truth that lies beneath all the others, that wisdom is not seized in a hurry, but received in stillness, that the deepest things come only to those quiet enough and patient enough to let them arrive. Outside the Golden Hall, the snow began to fall over the 9 realms, soft and slow and endless, settling gently over the roots and the branches of the world tree, over the far mountains and the quiet valleys, over the harbors and the halls and the sleeping lands. It fell without a sound. It settled without a hurry, and everything it touched grew quiet and still and soft and ready for rest. It fell on the great tree and on the 3 quiet wells beneath it. It fell on the long roads Odin had walked. It fell on the sea where the eagle had flown, and on the mountain where the mead had been kept, and on the valley where the fire burned low, until all the worlds lay hushed beneath one soft white blanket of snow. And in his high seat, in the warm golden light, the Allfather closed his one eye and let his ravens settle, and let the long day end. Thought and memory folded their wings. The wolves slept at his feet. The fires in Valhalla burned low and warm. The great tree held all the worlds gently in its branches, the way it always had, the way it always would. And far below, beside the quiet well, the three Norns wove on, softly, without haste, weaving the long threads of all the mornings still to come. There is nothing left to seek tonight, nothing left to solve or carry or chase. You have come, like the wanderer, to the end of the long road, and there is a warm hall waiting, and a fire burning low, and a place made ready just for you. So let go now, the way Odin let go in the branches of the tree. Do not reach for sleep. Simply be still and let it come to you softly in its own time. Let your breathing slow. Let your thoughts, like thought and memory, fold their wings at last and grow quiet. Let the snow fall over everything, soft and slow and endless, until all the world is white and silent and at peace. And now the long road turns homeward, out of the 9 realms and the deep wells and the high whispering branches of the great tree, back across the threshold, back through the door, back into the warm dark of the room where you are lying, where a single candle has been burning low, all this while, its small flame steady and patient in the stillness. There is nothing left out there that needs seeking now. The eye is given, and the deep water is drunk. The mead is won and shared. The runes are learned and set to rest. The long threads of fate go on weaving themselves beside the quiet well, as they were always meant to, and it was never any burden of yours to spin them, or to steer them, or to hold them up. There is only the small light and the soft dark around it, and the snow still falling somewhere far off, settling everything into silence. Let your breath grow slow to match it. Let your shoulders, which have carried the whole long day, come down at last and rest. Imagine the 9 realms and the great grey tree far behind you now, their long roads and deep wells no longer pressing on your thoughts. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to that world of wanderers and wells and whispering leaves, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing the long journey of the Allfather in calm and order. Then see a single candle, its flame steady in the darkness. With a slow, gentle breath, blow that candle out and let the last curl of light fade into the night. Rest well, sleep deeply, and let the ancient stories carry you into the night. Good evening and welcome back. Let the door of the day close softly behind you now, and let the room become smaller and kinder. Just the bed, just the warmth of the blankets, just the slow rise and fall of your own breathing. There is nothing left to carry tonight. The tasks that seemed so heavy an hour ago have set themselves down in the corners of the room, and they will keep until morning without your watching over them. Loosen your shoulders. Let them drop away from your ears, down toward the earth, where all heavy things long to go. Let your jaw unclench and your hands open and your thoughts grow long and slow, like shadows at the end of the day. Somewhere far off, beyond the fields and the low hills, there is thunder. Not the sharp kind that startles, but the deep and rolling kind, the kind that lives at the very bottom of hearing, a long, low sound that means only that rain is coming and there is nothing in the world you need to do about it. It is a comfortable sound, an old sound, a promise that the sky is busy with its own work and asks nothing of you but to lie still and listen. Let each breath grow a little slower than the one before it. The room is warm now and dim, and the light behind your eyes is fading gently toward the color of a banked fire. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin. For that far thunder is not empty. There is a story rolling inside it, older than the roof above you, older than the stone in the fields. And tonight, we are going to follow it back to where it was born. And under the whole of that story, like a stone beneath still water, there lies one quiet question, asked of no one, asked only of the dark. When the strongest of the gods set his hands against a thing he could not move, was he being beaten, or was he only being shown the true size of the world? Hold that question loosely. Do not chase it. Let it drift beside you like a boat tied to the shore, and we will come back to it, slowly, when the night is much deeper than it is now. Tonight, we will follow the thunder up over the edge of the world and across a bridge of colored light into the halls of the gods. We will meet the red-bearded guardian who stands between the fences of the world and all that would break them, and learn how the earth itself runs in his blood. We will look upon his goats and his chariot and his belt of strength, and we will go down into the dark of a dwarven forge to watch the greatest of all hammers take shape under ringing hammers of another kind. And then, across many quiet hours, we will walk with him toward the one journey where his strength met its match. But all of that is ahead of us, and there is no hurry at all. For now, there is only the thunder and the road it makes. In the beginning of this journey, let the walls of your room grow thin. The thunder is a little nearer now, though still gentle, and it seems to roll from a place beyond the ceiling, beyond the sky you know. Follow it outward. The bed becomes a soft place in a wide, dark field, and the field runs on toward a horizon that glimmers faintly, as though dawn were caught there and held. Rise up over that field, without effort, the way one rises in the last dream before waking, and see how the land of mortals spreads out below, its farms and its rivers, and its small warm lights, all of it growing quiet under the coming rain. And there, arching up from the edge of the fields, is a road unlike any road you have walked. It is a bridge of light, and its colors are the colors of the rainbow after storm, red and gold and deep sea green, laid one against another and burning softly without heat. The old ones named it Bifrost, the trembling way, the flaming bridge that joins the world of people to the world of the gods. Set your foot upon it. It holds. It is firm as stone, and yet it shimmers like water, and beneath your steps the colors shift and pool, and the far thunder hums up through it into the soles of your feet, a slow and steady drum. We cross it without hurry, higher and higher, until the mortal lands are only a scattering of lamplight far below, and ahead the golden halls of Asgard lift their roofs into the evening. At the bridge's far end stands a watcher, and we will come to know his kind of stillness in time. For Asgard is a walled and golden place, a ring of great halls set upon the high plain of the gods, and its gates and its bridges are always guarded, for the world beyond its fences is old and hungry. Somewhere among those halls a red-bearded figure keeps his own watch over the roads between the worlds, and it is toward him that our path now bends. For now, remember this: the one we have come to find is named Thor, and to know him truly, you must know both halves of his blood. He is the son of Odin, the Allfather, the one-eyed lord of the gods, who traded his eye for wisdom and hung upon the world tree to win the secrets of the runes. From his father comes his place among the high ones of Asgard, his seat at the council of the gods, his share in their long and shining lineage. But his mother is Jörd, whose name means the earth herself, the broad dark soil of the world, the stone under the grass, and the deep root under the stone. And so when Thor stands upon the ground, he stands upon his own mother, and the strength that fills his arms is not the strength of the storm alone. It is the weight of mountains and the patience of fields, the whole sober endurance of the earth, risen up and given a red beard and a pair of hands. That double birth is the shape of his whole life, for he is set as a guardian between two worlds. Above, he keeps the fences of Asgard, home of the gods. Below, he keeps the fences of Midgard, the middle enclosure, the world of ordinary people, with their houses and their harvests and their small brave fires against the night. And pressing always at both sets of fences are the giants, the Jotnar, the elder powers of frost and stone, who dwell in the cold lands at the edges of everything, and who long to see the walls of the ordered world thrown down. The frost giants of the rime and the mountain giants of the crag, older than the gods and vast beyond easy telling, test those fences without rest. And Thor is the answer to that testing. Where they push, he stands. Where they break through, he goes out to meet them. Look at him now, in the last light of Asgard's evening. He is broad and huge, made on a larger plan than the other gods, with a chest like the side of a hill and arms that could shame the oldest oak. His beard is red, red as forge coals, red as the last band of light on a stormy horizon, and it bristles when his mood turns. His eyes are the color of weather, gray shading into the blue-black of a thundercloud, and they change as weather changes, now bright with good humor, now dark and low and heavy with the promise of the strike. And he laughs. This god, he laughs often and enormously, a laugh as loud as his anger and far more freely given, for beneath all his strength he is a plain and hearty spirit who loves a full table and a good friend and an honest fight in a fair cause. There is much more to tell of how such a one came to be, of the deep roots of his lineage and the long ages before his birth, but that is a story for another day. It simply was the way of the gods to know one another by their treasures, and Thor had treasures worthy of his name. Let us lay them out, one by one, the way you might set beloved things upon a shelf, and turn each in the firelight before setting it down again. First, his chariot, a great war-cart of the gods, and the two beasts that draw it. They are goats, shaggy and strong and bright of eye, and their names are Tangrisnir and Tangjosta, which the old tongue gives as the one who bares his teeth, and the one who grinds his teeth. When Thor mounts his chariot and shakes the reins, those two goats leap out across the sky, and the wheels of the cart go rolling over the roof of the world. And that rolling, that deep and grinding thunder of iron-shod wheels on the floor of heaven, is the very sound that mortals hear far below when the storm walks over their fields. The thunder that carried you here from your bed, the low, comfortable roll that means rain, is the passing of his goats. There is a strangeness in those goats worth the telling, a wonder of how they may be eaten in the evening and made whole again by morning, yet that too must wait its turn. Next upon the shelf lies a broad belt, plain to the eye and mighty past belief, and its name is Mejingjord, the belt of power. When Thor buckles it about his waist, his strength, already the greatest in all the 9 worlds, swells and doubles, so that the god who could move a mountain might now move 2. And beside the belt lie a pair of iron gloves, heavy and grey, for there is a weapon he carries that no bare hand may hold, and only in those iron gloves can he grip it and keep his grip through the thunder of its use. And beyond these things, past the courtyards and the golden gates, stands his own great hall, Bilskirnir, the lightning bright, said to be the largest dwelling ever raised, with more rooms than a wanderer could count in a long day's walking. There, in the warmth of that hall, waits his wife, Sif, whose hair is spun of gold, golden as ripe grain in a still field, falling to her waist and shining like the harvest itself. But of the weapon that needs iron gloves to hold it, we have not yet spoken, and there is a tale in its making that begins, as so many troubles begin, with mischief. For now, remember this name, for it will thread through many of the nights to come. Loki. He was counted among the gods and sat at their tables, yet he was of giant blood himself, quick and clever and restless, a spark that could warm a hall or burn it down depending on the hour. And one idle day, for no reason but the itch of his own cleverness, Loki crept up behind the sleeping Sif and, with a bright blade, sheared away all her golden hair, every gleaming strand of it, and left her shorn and bare. When she woke and knew what had been done, and when Thor came home and saw his wife so robbed of her glory, the god of thunder grew very dark indeed, dark as the underside of the worst of storms, and he took Loki up in his 2 hands and swore to break every bone in that trickster's body, unless the wrong were somehow set right. So Loki, who feared few things but feared those hands, promised what he had to promise. He would go down to the dark places under the mountains, to the dwarves who are the finest smiths in all creation, and he would not come back until Sif had hair of true gold once more, hair that would grow and shine as her own had done. Down he went then, into the deep smithies where the fires never cool and the anvils never rest, to a pair of dwarf brothers named Brokkr and Atri, cunning past all others in the working of metal. And there Loki, being Loki, could not simply ask. He must needs turn the errand into a wager, boasting that no smith alive could match the wonders of some rival makers, until the brothers' pride was pricked, and they swore to forge such treasures as the gods had never seen, and staked their very heads upon it, against the head of Loki himself. It simply was in Atri's nature to work in silence, and in Brokkr's to labor at the bellows, And so the elder brother laid his makings in the fire and bade his younger keep the air flowing without pause, no matter what should come, for the least falter would ruin the whole work. And Loki, who had wagered his own head, meant to win by fair means or foul. He turned himself into a fly, small and quick and stinging, and set about spoiling the labor. As the first treasure took shape, the fly settled on Brocka's hand and bit him, but the dwarf worked on. As the second took shape, it bit him on the neck, deeper and crueler, and still the dwarf held the bellows steady. And then Eitri laid into the fire the last and greatest of his makings, a head of iron that would become a hammer, and bade his brother be steadfast above all now. So the fly flew at Brocka's very eyes and bit him upon the eyelid until the blood ran down and blinded him, and for one instant, one single instant, the dwarf loosed one hand from the bellows to wipe the blood away. In that instant, the fire sank, just a little, just once, and it was enough to leave a mark upon the work. For when Eitri drew the hammer from the coals and cooled it and turned it in his hands, it was a marvel beyond all the others, its head massive and perfect, a weapon that would strike as hard as the maker willed and never break, that would fly from the hand and return to it, that would shrink small enough to hide within a coat. Yet its handle had come out a little too short, a hand's breadth stunted where the fire had failed, so that it must be swung one-handed by one strong enough to bear it. They named it Mjolnir, the grinder, the crusher, and short handle or no, there had never been and would never be a weapon to equal it in all the 9 worlds. Up from the dark the treasures came, and into the halls of the gods, and when the gifts were shared out, that great hammer was laid at last into the hands of Thor. But how a stunted handle came to be the safeguard of gods and mortals alike, and what the thunder god would do with such a gift, is a story that is only now beginning to wake. Good evening, and welcome back, and let us take up the thunder god upon the roads of Midgard, where the middle world of mortals lay stretched beneath a sky, the color of cooling iron. It was Thor's way, in the long ages, to travel among the fields and forests of men, and he did not always travel as a lord expects to travel. On this evening he came down out of the hills in his chariot, and the 2 goats that drew it, Tangrisnir and Tangnjoster, the tooth grinder, tossed their great horned heads and struck sparks from the stones of the track. The light was failing. A thin smoke rose from a low cottage at the edge of a poor farm, and there Thor drew rein and asked the shelter that no traveller in those days was ever refused, though the family within had little enough to give, and knew it, and were ashamed. They need not have been ashamed, for the god had brought his own supper with him in a manner that only he could manage. He unyoked his 2 goats, and he slaughtered them both there in the yard, and he flayed the hides and set the flesh to boil in the farm-wife's great pot over the farm-wife's small fire. Then he spread the 2 skins upon the floor beside the hearth, and he bade the whole household eat their fill of the meat, and eat gladly, for there was plenty. Yet he laid upon them one command, quiet and grave, the way a man lays down a thing that matters more than it seems. They were to cast every bone, when they had picked it clean, whole and unbroken, upon the outspread hides. Not one was to be split, not one was to be cracked for the sweetness inside it. The bones were to lie upon the skins entire, and the family, hungry and grateful and not understanding, promised that it would be so. Now among that household was a boy named Thialfi, quick and lean and hungrier than the rest, as boys are. And as the supper went on, and the marrow bones passed through his hands, the old craving woke in him that has woken in every hungry child since the first hearth was lit. He held a thigh bone, heavy and rich, and he thought of the soft marrow sealed within it, and he told himself that surely one bone among so many would never be missed. So he set the blade of his knife to it, and split it lengthwise and sucked the marrow out. And then, half in fear and half in cunning, he laid the broken halves back upon the hide among all the whole and unbroken bones, and he hoped, as the guilty always hope, that the dark would keep his secret. The fire burned low, the family slept, and what the morning would make of one small broken bone is a thing that turns, even now, quietly toward the light. For now, remember this, that the works of the gods are not undone by darkness, and that a thing hidden is not a thing unseen. When the grey of dawn came into the cottage, Thor rose before any of the sleepers stirred, and he took up his hammer, that same Mjolnir born in the dwarves' dark fire, and he held it out over the two spread hides where the bones lay heaped. He spoke the words of hallowing over them, the words that call a thing back across the threshold from death into life, and the bones drew together, and the flesh grew again upon them, and the two goats stood up living and whole, and shook themselves, and stamped upon the floor. But one of them, the god saw at once, did not stand as it should. It set its hind leg down and drew it up again, and set it down and drew it up, for the leg was lame, and it limped where it should have leapt. And Thor looked upon that limping goat, and then he looked upon the sleeping family, and the brows of the god drew down, and the light in the small room seemed to thicken and to darken as the air darkens before the storm breaks. He did not shout. That is a thing worth the knowing about Thor, that his deepest anger did not always shout. He gripped the handle of his hammer until his knuckles whitened, and he spoke, and his voice was low, and the low voice of the thunder god was more terrible than any roar, for the farmer woke to it, and saw the god standing over the lamed goat, and understood, in one cold rush of waking, exactly what had been done, and exactly who had done it. The whole household fell to their knees. They offered him all that they had, the farm and the fields and the poor thin harvest, everything, if only he would spare them, for they knew that a word from him could grind the cottage to splinters and the field to a smoking waste. And the god, who was quick to wrath but never cruel past measure, let the wrath drain slowly out of him, and he named his price, and it was a hard price and a fair one. He would take the boy Thialfi, whose knife had split the bone, and he would take the boy's sister Röskva as well, and the two of them would leave their father's house forever and travel at the god's side as his servants and his own. So the farmer gave up his children to pay for his son's small hunger, and Thialfi, who would grow to be the swiftest runner in all the 9 worlds, went out from the only home he had ever known to walk the roads of gods. But where those roads would carry him, and what trials waited at the far end of them, is a story that must wait its turn, for there is another morning we must come to first, a colder and a stranger morning, and it is toward that morning that our path now bends. It simply was the custom of the thunder god, when his labors were done and the roads were behind him, to sleep in his own hall, with his hammer laid within reach of his hand, as a man of the old world sleeps with his good sword by the bed. Mjolnir was more to the gods than a weapon of one god. It was the wall about their world. So long as it lay in Thor's grip, no frost giant dared come up out of the wastes to break upon the halls of the Aesir, for they had all learned, in the deep of time, the weight of that hammer and the reach of it. And so on a certain morning Thor woke in the grey hour and reached out his hand in the old unthinking way, reaching for the smooth, cold handle that had met his palm 10,000 mornings, and his fingers closed upon nothing at all. He reached again. He swept his hand across the empty place where the hammer always lay, and there was only the cold floor, and the hammer was gone. His beard bristled. His red hair stood up upon his head, and he came up off his bed with a start that shook the timbers, and he searched, and there was nothing to find, for a thing does not wander off in the night of its own will. Someone had come into the very heart of the world of the gods, and had taken up the one thing that no thief should ever have been able to lift, and had carried it away into the dark. And Thor understood in that first cold moment what it meant, that the wall was down, that the door of the world stood open, that every enemy who had ever hungered for the fall of the Aesir might now come up out of the ice and find the gods unguarded. His rage was a great thing, and yet under the rage was something colder and quieter, which was fear, not for himself, but for all that he was made to protect. And so he did the thing that is done when a matter must be untangled and no honest strength will serve, which was to send at once for Loki, who could find a hidden thing where no other could, and to ask him, quietly and terribly, who in all the worlds had dared, who had reached into the house of the gods and stolen the thunder itself. That question hung in the cold hall, and it is a question that draws us onward now, out past the walls of Asgard and into the white silence beyond. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin the long looking, for the search would carry across worlds. Loki went to the goddess Freya, fairest of all the Vanir, and he asked of her the loan of her feathered cloak, the falcon skin that let its wearer fly. She gave it gladly, for she too dreaded what the loss of the hammer might mean, and she said that she would lend it, though it were made of silver, though it were made of gold. So Loki drew the feathered cloak about his shoulders, and the feathers took him, and he rose up from the walls of Asgard on beating wings, and flew out over the rim of the safe world, out across the grey seas and the white wastes, into Jotunheim, the cold country where the frost giants have their halls. The wind of that place was a knife. The land below was bound in ice and stone, and nothing green grew there, and the wings beat on, hour upon hour, until at last, upon a low green mound in all that whiteness, Loki saw the one he had come to find. There sat Thrym, a lord among the frost giants, king of the Thyrses, and he sat entirely at his ease upon his mound, like a man who has done a great thing and knows it, and fears nothing that may come of it. He was plaiting golden collars for his hounds, and trimming the manes of his horses, taking his slow pleasure in small tasks. And when he saw the falcon settle near him, he greeted it without alarm. He asked how it fared with the gods, and how it fared with the elves, and why Loki had come alone into the giant lands. And Loki, who never wasted a word he could spend to advantage, told him plainly that it went ill with the gods and ill with the elves, and asked the question straight, for he already half knew the answer. Was it Thrym who had hidden the Thunderer's hammer? And Thrym laughed the slow laugh of a giant who holds all the cards, and he did not trouble to deny it. He had taken Mjolnir, he said, and he had buried it 8 leagues deep beneath the cold earth, so deep that no digging would ever reach it, and no one would look upon it again, not god nor giant, unless the price he named were paid. And the price he named was this, that the Aesir must bring to him the goddess Freya herself, fairest of the fair, to be his wife and to sit beside him in his cold hall forever. Then, and only then, would he give the hammer back. There it was, laid out plain upon the frozen ground, the ransom for the safety of the world, and it was a ransom that no one in Asgard would ever willingly pay, and it is with that impossible price ringing in the ear that our path turns homeward again. Good evening, and welcome back, and let us return with Loki across the white wastes to the walls of the gods, where the news he carried would land like a stone in still water. He came down out of the sky and shed the falcon cloak, and Thor met him in the yard, eager and grim, and asked him at once, before he had even set his feet upon the ground, whether his labor had borne fruit, or whether the wind had carried it off. And Loki told him. He told the whole of it, the giant on his mound, the hammer 8 leagues deep, and the price. Then together they went to Freya, and laid the demand before her, that she must dress herself as a bride, and go north into Jotunheim, to be given to a frost giant. And Freya refused. She refused with such fury as the halls had seldom seen, and she snorted with the force of her refusing, so that the whole of Asgard trembled beneath them, and the great necklace at her throat, the Brisingamen, the wonder of the world, burst from her neck and fell ringing to the floor. She would not go. She said that all the gods might call her mad for love of men before she would ride to the land of the giants as any giant's wife, and there was an end of it, and no man among them dared to press her further. So the gods gathered in council, all the Aesir and all the goddesses, and they took counsel together upon this one hard matter, how the hammer might be won back, when the only price for it was a thing they would not give. And they turned it, and they turned it, and no answer came, until Heimdall spoke. Heimdall, the white god, the watchman who sits at the rim of heaven and sees far into what is coming, for it is said that he had something of the foreknowledge of the Vanir. He set out a plan, and it was a plan that must have brought the ghost of a smile to more than one grave face, though no one dared to smile too broadly with Thor in the room. Let them dress Thor himself as the bride. Let them cover him in bridal linen and hang the Brisingamen at his throat, and set the great ring of housewife's keys at his belt, and drape a veil across his face, and let him ride north in Freya's place, and let quick Loki go beside him in the dress of a serving maid. And Thor, when he heard it, rose up in protest, for he said the Aesir would call him unmanly forever if he let himself be wrapped in a bride's veil, and the shame of it burned him. But Loki answered him with the plain, hard truth, that without the hammer the giants would come and take Asgard itself, and that a veil is a small price to set against the falling of the world. And there was no other road. Thor knew there was no other road, and slowly, grimly, he gave way. What it cost the thunder god to bow his neck to that veil, and how the trick would fare in the giant's cold hall, is a thing we come to now, softly, step by step. In the beginning of that strange journey, they made him ready. They bound the bridal linen about him, and hung the shining necklace at his throat. And they set upon his head the tall bride's headdress, and pinned the housewife's keys to jingle at his side. And they draped him in fair jewels, and covered his fierce red beard, and his fiercer eyes behind the folds of a veil. And Loki they dressed as the handmaid, who would ride at the bride's right hand. Then Thor called for his goats, and they were yoked, the lame one healed now and sound, and the mountains split, and the earth burned along the road, as the thunder god drove north in a woman's dress to fetch back his stolen strength. And in the hall of Thrym there was great gladness, for the giant believed his wish had come true. He called for the benches to be strewn and the feast to be laid, for Freya was come at last, or so he thought, and he boasted to his household of all his wealth, his gold and his cattle and his gems, and said that only this one fair bride had been wanting to him, and now even she was his. When evening came, they sat to the wedding feast, and there the trouble very nearly undid them all, for the veiled bride, who was Thor, fell upon the food as only Thor could fall upon it. She ate a whole ox by herself. She ate 8 salmon, every one. She devoured all the dainties that had been set aside for the women, and she washed it down with 3 great casks of mead, and Thrym sat and watched this with widening eyes, for he had never in his life seen a bride eat so, nor take such deep and thirsty draughts of drink. He drew back a little, and he wondered aloud where a woman had ever come by so fierce a hunger and so vast a thirst. But Loki, seated close at the bride's hand in his serving maid's dress, was quick as he had ever been, and he leaned in and answered smoothly that it was no marvel at all. Freya, he said, had been so wild with longing to come into Jotunheim and to sit beside so great a lord that for 8 whole nights she had not tasted food, so eager was she, and now that hunger had come out all at once. And the giant was pleased with that, mightily pleased, and he leaned forward to lift the veil and steal a kiss from his eager bride. He caught up the corner of the linen and looked beneath it, and then he sprang the whole length of the hall backward, away from what he had seen, for the eyes that met his own were not the soft eyes of a goddess, but 2 burning coals, fierce and terrible, blazing at him through the folds of cloth, as though a fire were kindled behind them. He cried out that Freya's eyes were dreadful, that they seemed to burn with flame. And once again the sly tongue of Loki slid in to save them, with another lie as smooth as the first, so that the giant, half fearful and half persuaded, sank back again into his seat. Yet how long a burning eye can be hidden behind a bride's veil, and what the giant would do when the moment came to seal the marriage and to bring out the hammer, is a story that leans now toward its turning, and it is toward that turning that our path will carry us next. Good evening and welcome back, and let us take up the thread again in the hall of Thrym, where the feast leaned toward its close and the moment of the marriage drew near. For among the giants, as among many old peoples, no bride was truly given until the sacred sign had been laid upon her, and Thrym, glad and unwary, and swollen with his own good fortune, rose in his place and called out for the holy thing to be carried in. "Bring forth the hammer," he said. "Bring in Mjolnir to hallow the bride. Lay it in her lap, and let us 2 be wedded in the name of Var, who watches over vows." And there was a stirring at the far end of the hall, and the giants brought it, that short, thick shaft and that grey iron head, the very weapon that had been hidden 8 leagues deep in the earth. and they carried it up the length of the benches with a kind of reverence, not knowing that they bore the doom of their own house in their hands. They set it down gently in the lap of the veiled bride, upon the folds of the bridal linen, that it might bless the union. And in that moment the heart of Thor laughed within him. It laughed low and deep and unheard behind the veil, for the long shame of the woman's dress, and the necklace, and the jingling keys fell away from him all at once, and there was nothing left in the world but the cold, familiar weight settling into his open palm. His fingers closed upon the handle. They closed the way a root closes upon a stone, slow and certain and not to be undone, and the strength that Thrym had stolen came home to the hand that owned it. Thor rose. He threw back the veil, and the hall saw at last what had come among them, the red beard and the blazing eyes, and the god standing to his full height, with the thunder in his fist. The first blow fell upon Thrym himself, the old giant who had dared to bargain for a goddess, and after him fell the whole company of the wedding, the guests upon the benches and the kinsmen at the door. The aged sister of the giant, who had come forward begging for a bride gift of rings, was paid instead in the coin she had truly earned. So the theft was answered, and the debt was settled, and Mjolnir was carried back over the burning road to Asgard where it belonged. Yet a hammer regained is not the same as peace kept, and the giant lands to the east were wide and full of older, colder powers than poor foolish Thrym, and it was into those very lands that the thunder god would soon go walking. But that is a story that begins on another road, and it is toward that road our path now turns. In the beginning of that other journey, there was only the wish to go, for Thor was never long content behind the walls of Asgard when there were giants to be sought out in their own country. He took with him Loki, whose tongue had saved them in the hall of Thrym and would be needed again, and he took 2 mortal servants, a young man named Thialfi, who was the swiftest runner in all the world, and his sister Roskva, and together they drove the goat cart eastward until the green lands were behind them, and the country grew grey and trackless and strange. Evening overtook them in a place without paths, a waste of stone and shadow, where no house showed its light, and no smoke rose, and the darkness came down thick, and they sought only some roof to keep the night from them. At last they found a hall. It was an enormous thing, so wide at its mouth that the whole breadth of one end stood open to the air, and they went gladly in out of the cold. But the floor beneath them shivered as they slept, and the ground groaned far off in the dark, and once the very walls seemed to tremble, so that they left the great room and crept into a smaller side chamber that opened off it, and there they passed the uneasy hours, listening to a sound like distant thunder rolling under the earth. When the pale dawn came, they went out to look upon this hall by daylight, and they found no hall at all. They found a glove. It was the great glove of a sleeping giant, cast off upon the ground, and the wide room where they had first lain was the hollow of the hand, and the little side chamber was the thumb. And nearby, stretched upon the earth with a snore like the groaning they had heard all night, lay the owner of the glove, so vast that the sight of him swallowed the sky. He woke, and he sat up, and he looked down upon the small travellers, and he named himself Skrymir, and he said pleasantly enough that he would gather up his glove and walk their way a while, if it pleased them, and whether the company of so great a giant would prove a comfort or a snare, and where his long road would lead them, is a thing that unfolds slowly, mile by mile, and it is along those miles our path goes now. For now, remember this, that a giant who offers his company does not always offer it out of kindness. Skrymir asked to share provisions, and they agreed, and he took all their food and all his own, and knotted the whole store together into his great provision bag, and he swung it upon his shoulder, and set off with strides, so long that the 4 travelers could not keep him in sight. He went before them all the day like a moving hill, and by the time evening came again, and he had chosen a place to rest beneath a wide oak, the little company was far behind, and faint with hunger. He told them the bag lay ready, and they might take their supper from it, and then he lay down, and was almost at once asleep, and his snoring shook the branches over their heads. But when Thor came to the provision bag, he could not open it. He wrestled with the knots that Skrymir had tied, and he could not loosen a single one of them. Not one thread would give to all the strength of his hands, and hunger and weariness kindled at last into a slow and terrible anger. So Thor took up Mjolnir, and he went to where the giant lay, and he brought the hammer down upon the sleeping head with a blow that should have split a mountain to its roots. Skrymir stirred. He half opened his eyes and asked, mildly, whether a leaf had fallen upon him from the tree, and then he slept again. Twice more in the long night Thor struck him, once so hard that the hammer sank deep, and each time the giant only woke a little and wondered aloud whether an acorn had dropped on his brow, or whether some twig had come loose above him, and asked whether Thor too was awake up there in the branches. And in the grey of the morning, Skrymir rose unhurt and gathered his things and pointed the way onward to a stronghold called Utgard, and he told them, before he turned aside and left them, that greater giants than himself dwelt within those walls, and that small men would do well to carry themselves humbly there. How 3 blows that would have leveled the hills could fall upon a skull and be taken for a falling acorn is a riddle that waits for its answer, and toward the walls of Utgard our path now carries us. It simply was that fortress, a thing so vast the eye could scarcely hold it. Utgard rose out of the plain so high that the travelers had to bend their heads far back to find its top against the sky, and when they came to the gate, they found it barred and shut, and no strength of theirs could open it. And in the end, they went through by squeezing their small bodies between the iron bars, for the spaces between them were wide as doorways. Within, in a long hall, sat the giant king upon his high seat among his household, and he was called Utgard Loki, and he looked down upon the visitors with cold amusement, and said that he would not think small travelers worth the noticing unless each of them could show some art or skill in which he surpassed other men, for that was the custom of his hall. Then Loki, quick and hungry, spoke first, and said there was no one within those walls who could eat faster than he. So they set a long trough down the middle of the floor and heaped it full of meat, and at one end they seated Loki, and at the other a member of the king's household named Logi, and the 2 fell to and ate toward the middle. They met in the very center of the trough, exactly matched, or so it seemed, until the king bade them look closer. For Loki had eaten all the meat from the bones, and that was much. But Loki had eaten the meat and the bones together, and the trough itself besides, and so Loki had won. Then it was the turn of young Thialfi, the swiftest runner in the world, and he was set to race across the wide courtyard against a slight youth named Hugi. 3 times they ran, And 3 times Hugi reached the far mark and turned and came back to meet Thialfi before the boy was well begun, and each time the distance between them was greater than the last. So the 2 who came before Thor were beaten, each in a strange and troubling way. And now the eyes of the whole hall turned to the thunder god himself, and toward his trial our path now leans. Good evening and welcome back, for here we come to the sorest of the trials in that cold hall. Utgard Loki asked Thor in what feat he chose to prove himself, and Thor said he would undertake to drink, for he trusted his own great thirst. So the king had his cupbearer bring the drinking horn from which his men were used to drink, and he said that those who were counted good drinkers emptied it in a single draught, that some needed 2, and that no man among them was so poor a drinker that he could not finish it in 3. Thor looked at the horn. It was long, longer than seemed reasonable, but he was thirsty, and he set his lips to it and drank. He drank deep and long, with the great swallowing draughts that had astonished Thrym at the wedding feast, and he drank until his breath failed him, and he had to lift his head. And when he looked into the horn to see what he had done, the drink had sunk hardly at all, as though he had scarcely touched it. A second time he set his mouth to the rim and drank with all the will that was in him, and a second time he raised his head gasping, and now the horn could be carried without spilling, yet still it was very far from empty. A third time he drank, longer than before, until he could drink no more, and still there remained a great deal in the horn, and he gave it up, and set it down, and said he would drink no further. Then the king said, half in scorn and half in something else that Thor could not read, that the thunder god was not so mighty as the tales in Asgard made him. There was a small grey cat upon the floor of the hall, and Utgard Loki said that his young men thought it a small thing indeed to lift that cat from the ground, and that he would not have dared to offer such a trifle to Thor at all, save that Thor had shown himself less than had been looked for. So Thor went to the cat, and put his hand beneath its belly, and lifted, and the cat arched its back upward as he lifted, and however high he strained his arms, the cat rose with them, and kept its feet upon the floor, and though he reached at last to the very stretch of his strength, he raised no more than a single paw a little way from the ground. For now, remember this, that pride is a heavier weight than any horn or any cat, and Thor was stung to the heart. He said that small as they called this feat, let any who wished come and wrestle him, for now he was angry. And the king looked round his hall, and said that he saw no man there who would not think it beneath him to wrestle with one so small, but that an old woman might be called, his own aged foster-mother, a crone named Ellie, who had thrown better men than this stranger in her day. So they brought in the old woman. She was bent and grey and withered, and Thor took hold of her almost gently, half ashamed to lay his hands upon so aged a thing. But the harder he gripped, the firmer she stood. He put out his strength against her, and she did not move. He set himself and heaved, and it was he who staggered. The old woman closed with him, and slowly, terribly, without haste, and without any straining of her own, she began to bend the strongest of the gods backward, until his footing failed, and one knee came down upon the floor of the hall. Then the king bade them cease the wrestling, and said the hour was late, and Thor need offer himself to no more of his men that night, and he showed the travelers to their seats and gave them lodging until morning with every courtesy, as though nothing strange had passed at all. Yet Thor lay down that night with a heart full of trouble, for he had drunk and not emptied the horn, and lifted and not raised the cat, and wrestled and been forced to his knee by an old woman, and he could not understand how such things could be. What secret the walls of Utgard were keeping from him, and what the giant king would say to him upon the road at dawn, is a thing that waits for the morning, and toward that morning our path now softly turns. Good evening, and welcome back, and let us walk out of that troubled night into the pale of morning. When the light came grey and thin over the walls of Utgard, the giant king Utgard Loki rose and greeted his guests with the same smooth courtesy he had shown at the board, and he offered them food and drink, and then he said that he would walk with them a little way upon their road, for it was his custom to see travelers safely past his gates. So they passed out through the great doors, and out beyond the walls, Thor and Loki and Thjalfi and Röskva, and the king walked among them, and the fortress fell away behind, and the plain opened wide and empty before them. And when they had gone some distance and the walls were small at their backs, Utgard Loki halted and turned, and he looked at Thor for a long moment, and then he told him the truth. He said that if he had known beforehand how much strength was in this small traveler, he would never have let him inside the walls at all, for the whole night had been a working of seeming and not of substance, a web of illusion spun to hide from Thor how near he had come to ruining them. He himself, said the king, had been the giant Skrymir whom they met upon the road, and when Thor had swung his hammer 3 times in the dark upon the sleeping head, he had slipped a mountain between the blows, and the blows had fallen upon the mountain, and if any wished to look, they would find in that far hill 3 square valleys driven deep into the rock, and the deepest of them was the deepest of the 3. The horn from which Thor had drunk and could not drain, its far end had lain hidden in the sea, and no man had known it, and when Thor set his lips to it, he had been drinking down the very ocean, and if he went to the shore, he would see how far the water had shrunk from the land, and men would call it the tide, from that day forward. The grey cat upon the floor was no cat at all, but the great serpent that lies coiled about all the world with its tail in its mouth. And when Thor had lifted it so high that one paw left the ground, he had stretched the serpent until it well nigh reached to the sky, and all in the hall had been struck with dread to see it. And the old woman Ellie, the bent and withered crone who had forced the god down upon his knee, she was old age itself, and there has never lived one, and there never will live one, whom old age does not bring down at the last, however strong. For now, remember this, that the things which seem small in the failing light are often the largest things of all. And Thor stood upon the open plain and felt his anger rise in him like a tide of its own, and he gripped the shaft of his hammer to make an end of the giant and all his trickery at once. But when he swung about to strike, there was no king there, and no walls behind, and no fortress upon the plain, but only the grass rolling away wide and bare to the edge of the sky. And Utgard and all its cunning had melted into the morning as though it had never been. Thor was left with the truth in his hands, and no throat to close them on. And the truth was this above all, that somewhere beneath the grey water the serpent lay coiled and living, the thing he had lifted and not known, and the shame of that unknowing sat in him and would not leave. He turned his face toward home, and he carried with him a resolve that had no words yet, a wish to meet that coiled thing once again, and to know it, and this time to face it with open eyes. How a god comes to seek out the very serpent that girdles the world is a matter that our path now follows down toward the sea. It simply was a thing Thor could not let lie, that quiet burning to face the world serpent honestly, without spell or seeming between them. And so in the fullness of time he came disguised to the hall of the giant Hymir, who was known to row out upon the deep water and take great fish from it. Thor asked to go fishing with him, and Hymir looked at the young stranger with little favor and said he would be small use and would take cold sitting on the sea. But Thor pressed him until the giant, grumbling, told him to find his own bait if he wished to come. So Thor went to Hymir's herd of oxen, and he took the largest and the blackest of them, and he wrung the head from its shoulders and carried it down to the boat, and they pushed out from the shore together. Hymir rowed and Thor rowed, and they came quickly to the grounds where the giant was used to fish, and Hymir said they should stop, for beyond this the water grew dangerous. But Thor said they should go further, and he bent to the oars and drove the boat out and out over the swelling grey water, far past the safe grounds, far past the place where any sensible giant would fish, until Hymir grew uneasy and said aloud that they were now above the place where the great serpent lay. Thor said nothing, but he made ready a line strong enough to hold the weight of the world, and to the end of it he fixed a hook, heavy and cruel, and upon the hook he set the ox head, and he cast it over the side, and let it sink down and down through the cold, dark water toward the floor of the sea. And in the deep the serpent Jormungandr, which coils around the whole of Midgard and bites upon its own tail, opened its mouth upon the ox head, and the hook drove up into the roof of that mouth, and the serpent felt the sting of it and thrashed, and the line went taut and rang like a struck rope. Thor took the strain, and it was such a strain as no arms but his could have held, and he set his feet against the timbers of the boat and hauled again, and the serpent fought him from below. Then Thor put out the whole of his god strength, and his feet drove down through the planks of the boat's bottom and found the very bed of the sea, and braced there he drew the monster up hand over hand, out of the black water and into the light, until the vast venom-dripping head broke the surface and rose streaming before him, and god and serpent looked upon each other eye to eye. Thor's brows drew down like thunderheads, and he lifted his hammer to end the thing at last. And here, upon the very edge of the blow, the story holds its breath. For what the frightened giant did in that instant is a thing that turns our path onward. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin the last moment of that fishing. For Hymir crouched in the stern with the black water rising through the broken boards, and he looked upon the serpent's head hanging above him, and upon the venom that fell hissing into the sea, and terror took hold of him, so that he snatched up his knife and cut the line where it ran taut over the gunwale. The great weight fell away all at once, and Jormungandr sank back down through the grey water, wounded and raging but unslain, down to the cold floor of the world, to coil once more about the roots of the land. Thor flung his hammer after the vanishing shape, and some say it struck the serpent's head beneath the waves, but the serpent lived and slid away into the dark, and the thing that Thor had sought to finish was not finished. He turned upon Hymir in his anger, and the two came unhappily back to shore, and the god carried home with him a grievance that the sea had swallowed but not drowned. For twice now the coiled thing had slipped from his grasp, once in seeming and once in truth, and a debt was set between them that no single day could close. That debt would keep and wait and come round again at the ending of all things. But there were nearer matters to answer first, and toward the nearest of them our path now gently turns. For now, remember this, that a boast carried too far into the wrong hall becomes a summons to the field, and so it was with Hrungnir, the strongest of all the giants, who came riding in a race against Odin up to the very gates of Asgard, and being made welcome and given drink, grew loud and swollen with it, and boasted that he would sink Asgard beneath the sea and carry off 2 of its goddesses and kill all the gods but those 2. The gods bore his drunken words until Thor came into the hall, and Thor would have struck him down where he stood. But it was held to be no honor to kill a guest unarmed, and so a meeting was set between them at the border of the giants' land, at a place called Griotunagardar, where each should come with his weapons and stand for his people in single combat. The giants were troubled, for if their mightiest fell to Thor, they were all the poorer, and so they built beside Hrungnir a champion of clay, huge past all reason, a thing called Mukurkalfi, and they set within it the heart of a mare, for they could find no heart great enough among themselves. And this vast pale figure stood beside the stone giant and trembled, for its courage was no larger than its heart. Hrungnir himself was made of stone, with a heart of hard stone cut in 3 sharp corners, and a head of stone, and he bore a shield of stone, which he set upon its edge, and stood upon when word came that Thor was near, for he had been warned falsely that the god would come at him from below through the ground. His weapon was a great whetstone, which he lifted upon his shoulder and made ready to throw. Then Thor came to the field with thunder going before him and lightning in his hand, and Thialfi ran ahead and called out to the giant that he stood foolishly upon his shield. And Hrungnir stepped down from it in haste, and Thor came on in his wrath and hurled Mjolnir through the air, and Hrungnir flung the whetstone to meet it, and the 2 met in the middle of the sky. The whetstone shattered upon the hammer, and pieces of it fell as flint into the earth, wherefrom all whetstones since have come, and one hard shard flew into Thor's brow, and lodged there, and sank him to the ground. But Mjolnir did not turn aside. It flew on through the broken stone, and struck Hrungnir full upon the skull, and broke it, and the giant fell forward. And as he fell, one of his stone legs came down across the neck of the fallen god, and pinned him where he lay. And while the gods came and could not lift the leg from him, a child came, Magni, the son of Thor, 3 nights old and already grown. And he set his hands to the stone, and raised it away, as though it were a light thing, and freed his father, and said he was sorry he had come so late, for had he come sooner, he would have knocked the giant into the void with his fist. The shard stayed in Thor's brow, and no spell could draw it wholly out, and the god carried a splinter of that whetstone in him for all his days. But how the stone came to be quieted there, and by what unlucky word, is a tale for another turning. A nearer road lay open, and Loki was already upon it, and toward that road our path now softly bends. Good evening, and welcome back to the winding of a journey begun in mischief. For Loki, flying once in the feathered cloak, was taken by the giant Geirröd, and would not be let go until he swore to bring Thor to Geirröd's hall without his hammer, without his belt of might, and without his iron gloves. So Loki led the god out upon that road, stripped of his three great helps, and Thor went trusting, as he often did where Loki was concerned. But upon the way they came to the dwelling of a giantess named Greed, who was kind, and who knew Geirröd for the treacherous thing he was. And while Loki was elsewhere, she warned Thor of the trap that waited, and she lent him her own gear against it, her belt of strength to gird his waist, her iron gloves to arm his hands, and her staff, the staff called Greed's rod, to steady him upon the road. And well she did, for soon they came to the river Vimor, greatest of rivers, and it rose against Thor as he stepped into it, swelling and roaring up about his knees and his waist and his shoulders, for above them, upon a gorge, stood Geirröd's daughter, straddling the stream and making the flood swell with her own strength, to drown the god. Thor braced Greed's staff against the riverbed and set himself against the climbing water, and he spoke the old plain words that a river must not rise beyond its banks against him, and he took up a stone and cast it at the giantess above to stop the source of the flood. And so, with the staff to lean on and the belt to strengthen him, he won across and dragged himself up by a rowan branch upon the far bank, cold and streaming, but standing. For now, remember this, that a guest may be honored in word and hunted in deed, and so it was in Geirröd's hall. Thor was shown to a chamber and to a seat, and no sooner had he sat than the seat heaved up beneath him toward the roof, to crush him against the rafters. But he set Greed's staff against the beams overhead, and pressed down with all his strength, and the seat came crashing down again, and beneath it, where they had hidden to lift it, were Geirröd's two daughters, and their backs were broken by the fall, and the floodmaker made no more floods. Then Geirröd himself called Thor to games in the long hall where the fires burned, and with a pair of tongs he lifted a glowing lump of iron out of the fire, molten and white, and hurled it down the hall at his guest. But Thor caught it in the air with Greed's iron gloves, and Geirröd in fear sprang behind an iron pillar to shelter himself. And Thor threw the burning mass back with all the strength the borrowed belt had lent him, and it flew through the pillar, and through Geirröd behind it, and through the wall of the hall, and out into the ground beyond, and the giant was dead, where he had thought himself safest. So the trap closed upon the one who set it, and Thor came home again, with Greed's kindness to thank, and Loki's mischief to forgive, as he ever did. Yet of all the roads the thunder god walked, there was one still waiting that no borrowed belt could win him across, the last and longest road of all, and toward that far ending our path now quietly turns. It simply was appointed, from before the gods knew it, that the great enemies held apart for so long would one day come uncontained, and that day has a name, and the name is Ragnarok, the doom and the twilight of the powers. In that time the long winters come without a summer between them, and the wolf swallows the sun, and the stars fall from their places, and the sky itself is torn open like a worn cloth. And out of the sea, heaving the water into mountains, comes Jörmungandr, the serpent that Thor had lifted in a hall, and hauled up on a line and never slain, rising now at last upon the land, and spewing its venom across the air, and the water, and the ground. And Thor, who had waited for this meeting through all the ages of the world, strode out to face it. And the two came together for the final time. The god who was thunder, and the serpent that girdled the earth. And there was no giant near to cut the line, and no illusion to turn the blow aside. Only the plain truth of them at the ending. Thor swung Mjolnir up, and swung it down, and the hammer that had broken so many crowns broke the head of the world serpent at last, and the coiled thing that had slipped his grasp so long ago lay dead upon the shore of the last day. But the venom it had poured out went with him even as he turned away in victory, and he walked back from the body of his enemy, and he counted 9 steps upon the trembling ground, and at the 9th the poison overcame him, and the strongest of the gods lay down where he stood, and was still, and the thunder went out of the world. And what quiet comes after so long a labor, and what the story keeps for the one who has followed the god all this way down, is the last thing that waits, and toward that last stillness our path now gently turns. Good evening, and welcome back, one last time, into the hush that comes after the thunder has passed. The storm has spent itself and moved on beyond the far hills, and in the quiet it leaves behind, there is room at last to turn the whole tale over gently in the mind, the way one turns a smooth stone in the hand by firelight. For all through this long night we have followed the strongest of the gods from labor to labor, and a strange thing waited at the heart of nearly every one of them. Think of it softly now. There was a horn set before him in a giant's hall, an ordinary drinking horn, and the mightiest throat among the powers of the world could not drain it in 3 great draughts, though the sea itself sank by the measure of what he swallowed. For the far end of that horn was joined to the ocean, and no thirst was ever meant to empty the ocean. There was a grey cat that curled upon the floor, and he bent to lift it as a man lifts a house cat from a hearth, and he strained until his back was a bow, and the giants fell silent. And he raised but a single paw from the ground, for the cat was the world serpent in a shape of fur and shadow, and no arm was ever meant to lift the coil that circles the earth. There was an old woman, bent and slow, a nurse in a great hall, and she wrestled him down upon one knee before the whole company, for the old woman was age itself, and no strength that ever lived was meant to throw down old age. For here, in these 3 quiet defeats, is the answer to the question we set down at the very beginning of this night, the question of what the true measure of a strong thing is, and whether the greatest strength is the strength that always wins. And the tale gives its answer without ever raising its voice. The strongest of the gods was set again and again against the sea, against the serpent, against the slow tide of years, against the very frame and fate of the world, and against these he could not prevail, for they were never his to conquer. Yet he set his shoulder to them all the same. He drank at the ocean until the tides drew back. He lifted at the earth until one great paw rose from the floor. He held his knee against the weight of age longer than any who had come before him. His greatness, it turns out, was never measured by the winning, for the things worth setting oneself against are so often the very things no one can defeat. His greatness lay in the largeness of the heart that kept setting the shoulder against them, in the will that lifted at the unliftable and drank at the unemptiable and called it worth the doing. That is a gentler and a truer kind of might than the crushing of a foe, and it is the kind that outlasts the crushing. And having found that answer at last, resting warm and whole in the mind, there is nothing left to hold tightly, and one by one, the labors themselves may now be loosened and set gently down. For now, remember this, that a night such as this one is like a long strand of beads, and when the telling is over, the strand may be let go, bead by bead, each slipping loose, without any need to be held any longer. Let us loosen them now, softly, in the order they came. There was the fire of the dwarves under the mountain, where the brothers Brokkr and Eitri forged in the dark, Eitri at the fire and Brokkr at the bellows, while a fly stung and stung at his hands, and out of that heat and that stubbornness came the short-handled hammer, Mjolnir, which would never miss its mark and would always return to the hand that threw it, the great gift and the great burden both. Let that bead slip loose. There was the morning the hammer was gone, stolen away and buried 8 leagues deep by the giant Thrym, who would sell it back only for the hand of the goddess Freya, and so the Thunderer was dressed in a bride's linen and a bride's veil, and carried in a cart to the giant's feast, and ate a whole ox and 8 salmon behind that veil, and rose at the last when the hammer was laid in the bride's lap to hallow the wedding, and took it up, and set the hall to silence, and let the rest follow it, gently, none needing to be carried on into sleep. There was the road to Thor Loki, and the giant so vast that the travellers slept in the thumb of his glove, and took it for a hall in the night, and the fortress that seemed to stand upon the plain, and was gone by morning, like breath from a cold pane, for the whole of it had been a working of the eye, and not a thing of stone at all. Let it go. There was the fishing trip with the giant Hymir, the ox head baited on the great hook, the line drawn taut and screaming, and the head of Jörmungandr hauled up out of the deep, until the god and the serpent looked into one another, eye to eye, across the heaving water, before the line was cut, and the coil sank back into the dark to wait for another day. Let that one go softly too. There was the duel with the giant Hrungnir, whose heart was of stone, and whose shield he stood upon, and the whetstone he flung, that shattered against the flying hammer, so that a shard of it lodged forever in the Thunderer's brow, and he carried that small grey splinter to the end of his days. There was the river Vimur rising in flood, with a giant's daughter swelling it from above, and the staff of the kindly giantess Greed to lean upon, and the rowan branch on the far bank that bent down to a wading hand and lifted a god from the water. Each of these loosened and set down, and there were the last quiet steps, 9 of them, counted upon the trembling ground beside the fallen world serpent at the ending of all things, and even those, even the last and heaviest, may be laid down now, for the story has carried them so that the listener need not. The thunder is very far away now, only a memory of sound behind the hills, and growing fainter with every breath, and as it fades it draws the mind at last back from the mythic world and home toward the warm dark where the night began. It simply was, and it simply is, that every long journey ends where the traveler began, in a small and quiet room with the lights gone low. And so the road turns homeward now, out of the giant halls and the flooded rivers and the shores of the last day, back across the threshold, back through the door, back into the warm dark of the bedroom where a single candle has been burning low, all this while, its flame steady and small and patient in the stillness. There is nothing left out there that needs guarding now. The hammer has done its work and lies quiet. The serpent is loosed from the mind and sunk back into its own deep. Age and the sea and the tide of years go on as they were always meant to go on, and it was never any burden of ours to lift them or to drain them or to throw them down. There is no horn here to empty and no cat to raise from the floor. There is only the small light and the soft dark around it, and the sound of rain that has come in behind the thunder and settled now into a steady and even fall, patient upon the roof, patient upon the sill, a long unhurried sound, with nothing hurried left inside it. Let the breath grow slow to match it. Let the shoulders which have been set against so many unliftable things through the ages of this night come down at last and rest. Imagine the storm halls of the giants and the grey shores of the world serpent far behind you now, their thunder and their striving no longer pressing on your thoughts. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to that realm of hammers and floods and last battles, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing the long labor of the thunder god in calm and order. Then see a single candle, its flame steady in the darkness. With a slow, gentle breath, blow that candle out and let the last curl of light fade into the night. Rest well, sleep deeply, and let the ancient stories carry you into the night. Good evening and welcome back. Let the day set itself down now, the way a traveler sets down a heavy pack at the end of a long road, without ceremony, without argument, simply letting it go. Wherever you are lying, let the weight of your own body be enough. Feel the mattress take you. Feel the pillow hold the small warmth of your head, and let your shoulders, which have carried so much through the hours of light, ease down and away from your ears. There is nothing to solve tonight. There is nothing to hurry toward, and nothing to chase. There is only this quiet room, this soft dark, and the slow rise and fall of your own breathing, which asks nothing of you and gives without ceasing. Let that breath lengthen a little now, not by force, only by permission. Breathe in and feel the cool air gather at the top of the chest. Breathe out and feel the jaw loosen, the brow smooth, the hands uncurl upon the blanket. With every long exhale, you sink a little deeper, a little further from the noise of the day, a little closer to the old country of sleep. And as you settle, imagine the walls of your room growing thin and kind, the ceiling opening softly onto a sky you have not seen before, a sky heavy with northern stars. For tonight we will travel far, out toward the frost-bright edges of the world, into the old stories that were told in long houses while the wind moved over the snow, the stories of the north and of one strange and restless figure who moves through them all. His name is Loki, and there is nothing for you to do now but rest and breathe and listen. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin. Draw the blanket a little closer if the night is cool, and let your eyes grow heavy, for you will not need them where we are going. The seeing will be done for you, and gently. And as we go, let one quiet question travel with us, the way a single lantern travels with a walker in the dark, asked of no one in particular, needing no answer yet. When the trickster loosens what the gods have bound, is he betraying their order, or only revealing that nothing bound was ever meant to hold forever? Hold that question loosely. Do not turn it over or worry at it. Let it rest in the back of the mind, like a coal banked beneath ash, and it will keep its small warmth through all the long telling that follows, until the hour comes, near the end, when it is ready to be answered. For tonight we will follow this changeful figure through many turnings. We will cross a trembling bridge into the shining city of the gods, and learn who Loki is and whose blood runs in him. We will watch him slip from shape to shape, salmon and fly, and falcon and mare, and we will see the mischief that flows from his restless hands. We will go down beneath the earth to the forges of the dwarves, and up again with treasures for the gods, and onward through wagers and thefts and long journeys, until at last we come to the quiet reckoning of who he truly was. There is a great deal of road ahead, and all of it soft underfoot. There is no need to stay awake for the end. Let sleep take you whenever it comes, and let the story carry the rest. It simply was, that world, long before we came to look upon it, and it will be easier to enter it if we do not try to climb its high walls all at once. So let us begin at the threshold, at the trembling place, where the ordinary night gives way to the elder night. Imagine that the dark of your room is not a wall but a doorway, and that beyond it the air grows cold and clean, scented with pine and old snow. Feel yourself lifted, without effort, without falling, the way one is lifted in the first drift toward a dream. And before you, rising out of the mist, there appears a great arc of light, a bridge of shivering color flung across the emptiness between the worlds. The Norsemen called it Bifrost, the Rainbow Road, and its colors are not the bright colors of a summer sky, but something deeper and older, red like banked embers, green like the sea under cloud, a blue so dark it is nearly the color of sleep itself. The bridge holds you as you step upon it, though it trembles like a living thing beneath your feet, humming with a music too low to hear. Do not be afraid of the trembling. It has held the feet of gods for uncounted ages, and it will hold you. As you rise along its curve, look outward and see how the 9 worlds hang all around you in the vast dark, each in its place, each turning slowly like a lantern on a long chain. They are strung upon the branches and roots of a single tree, the world ash Yggdrasil, whose crown is lost in the highest heavens, and whose roots drink from wells older than memory. There is the misty lowland of the dead, and there the burning country of the fire giants, and there the green middle earth where mortals light their small fires against the night. And at the bridge's far end, where the road comes down at last, there stands a city of golden halls, and that city is Asgard, the dwelling of the Aesir, the high gods of the north. It is toward those bright halls that our path now climbs. Good evening and welcome back, traveler, to the gates of Asgard, where the walls rise pale and strong against the frost, and the roofs are thatched with what looks like beaten gold. Here dwell the gods whose names have come down to us across 1,000 winters. Odin the Allfather, one-eyed and wise beyond wisdom, who traded an eye at a deep well for a single draught of understanding. Thor the Thunderer, red-bearded and broad, whose hammer keeps the giants at bay. Frigg the Queen, who knows the fates of all and speaks of them to none, and many more besides, seated at their long tables beneath the smoke and the firelight. But among all these shining ones, there moves a figure who does not quite belong at any table, who sits a little apart, even when he sits among them, and it is toward that figure that we now must turn our quiet attention. For now, remember this: not everyone who walks in the halls of the gods was born to godhood. Loki was not. He was the son of a giant named Farbauti, whose name means the cruel striker, the one who lashes down like a bolt out of the storm, and of a mother named Laufey, sometimes called Nal, a slender being whose name carries the sense of leaf and needle. From these two came Loki, of the old frost giant kin, born far from the golden halls where he would one day sit. By blood he belonged to the very race the gods held at their gates, the giants of the cold outer dark, the ancient rivals of Asgard. And yet he did not dwell in that cold country. He dwelt in Asgard, at Odin's own side, and to understand how a giant's son came to walk among the gods, we must go back to a bargain sworn long ago. It is said that in the deep of the past, before many of the tales we know had yet begun, Loki and Odin mingled their blood. They opened their palms, or their arms, and let the red of one run into the red of the other, and they swore the oath of blood brotherhood, that most binding of all the old bonds, older than law, older than kinship, a tie that could not be undone. From that hour, Odin the Allfather would not drink unless a cup was also brought for Loki, and Loki, the giant's son, was counted among the Aesir, sworn kin to the highest of the gods. So he walked the golden halls as neither one thing nor the other, neither holy god nor holy giant, a guest who was also a brother who was also a stranger. He was quick of tongue, quicker than any there, able to turn a hard silence into laughter, or a warm gathering into a quarrel with a handful of well-chosen words. He was clever past the cleverness of the wise, and beautiful in a sharp and shifting way, and no one who watched him could ever say for certain where his loyalty truly lay, or whether he himself knew. And that uncertainty, small as a seed at first, would one day grow into something vast. But that is a story for another day. In the beginning of all his strange gifts, there was this one above the others. Loki could change his shape, not as a mask is changed, worn over the same face, but wholly and truly, bone and blood and breath, so that nothing of the old form remained. When he wished to slip unseen through the reeds of a river, he became a salmon, silver and cold, and lay still in the shadow of a stone while the current combed over his scales. When he wished to listen at a wall or pass beneath a closed door, he became a fly, no more than a whisper of wings in the corner of a room. Once, in a tale we will come to in its own good time, he became a mare and ran out into the night to lead a great stallion astray across the moors, and returned much changed by the running. He could put on the seeming of an old woman, bent and harmless, her voice a papery murmur, and sit by a fire where no one thought to fear her. And when Freya, the fair goddess of love and of war, lent him her cloak sewn all of falcon feathers, he could clasp it at his throat and rise into the air on brown wings and fly out over the 9 worlds swifter than the wind, his sharp eyes missing nothing below. This restlessness of form was the truest picture of the restlessness within him, for Loki could no more hold to one loyalty than he could hold to one shape, and because of it he was to the gods both a treasure and a danger, a tool that cut the hand as often as the wood. Time and again, it was Loki whose cleverness untangled some knot that had bound the gods fast, who found the road out of a trap when all the strength of Thor could not break it. And time and again, it was Loki himself who had led them into the trap to begin with, whose idle mischief had opened the door through which the trouble came. The gods knew this about him. They knew it as one knows the way of a river that is useful for its fish and its water, but must never be fully trusted, for it will flood the field when least expected. They kept him close for what he could do, and they watched him always for what he might do. And Loki moved among them, wearing his many faces, and smiled, and gave them little cause to rest easy. Where such a nature must lead in the end is a question we will hold for later, for the road there is long, and there are gentler turnings first. It simply was his way to reach for mischief when no true wrong called for it, to stir the still water for the small pleasure of watching the ripples spread. And so we come to a night that began in nothing more than idleness, and led, as such nights often do, into a great deal of trouble. In one of the halls of Asgard there slept Sif, the wife of mighty Thor, and Sif was famed above the other goddesses for her hair. It fell about her shoulders and down her back in a river of gold, true gold in its color, bright as ripe wheat under a low sun, and it was her glory and Thor's great pride, the sight of it a small daily blessing to all who loved her. On this night, Sif lay sleeping in the warm dark, her breath slow and even, her golden hair spread loose across the pillow, like the last light of evening spilled upon dark water. And Loki crept into that room. Why he did it, no one could ever say, and perhaps he could not have said it himself, only that the sight of something so cherished and so peaceful stirred in him the old itch to disturb it. He drew a blade, thin and quiet, and gathering that golden hair gently in one hand, so that she would not wake, he sheared it away, close to the head, lock after lock, until all of it lay severed in his grip, and Sif slept on, unknowing, shorn. Then he was gone into the night with his cruel prize, and morning came, and Sif woke, and lifted her hand to her head, and found nothing there but a cropped and ragged stubble, where all that beauty had been. The grief of it, and then the fury, moved through the halls like a cold wind, and it did not take long for that fury to gather itself into a shape and a name. Thor, the Thunderer, whose love for his wife was as broad and deep as his strength was great, knew at once whose hand had done this thing, for there was only one in all of Asgard whose mischief ran in such channels. He came for Loki with the storm already gathering in his eyes, and the great muscles of his arms bunched like the roots of an oak, and he seized the trickster, and swore that he would break every bone in his body, one after another, slowly, unless the wrong was somehow set right. And Loki, who valued his own unbroken bones above almost anything, did what Loki always did when caught. He began, very quickly, to talk. He swore a great oath. He would go down, he promised, into the dark places beneath the earth, to the smiths of the deep, whose skill was beyond the skill of gods, and he would win for Sif hair of true gold, real metal spun finer than any thread, that would grow upon her head as living hair grows, and shine even brighter than what he had taken. So Thor's grip loosened, though his eyes did not soften, and Loki slipped free and turned his face toward the deep roads that led down and away from the light of Asgard, down through the roots of the world toward the caverns where the fires of the forge never die, and the dwarves, the master smiths, work their ancient metal in the dark. what he would find there, and what strange treasures would come of a single night's cruel mischief, and how a wager made in those depths would nearly cost him his own clever head. All of that lies waiting just ahead of us, down in the glow of the forge fires. But that is a story for another day. Good evening and welcome back, and let us go down together into the deep, for the road that Loki took led far below the green fields of Asgard, down past the roots of the great tree, down to where the stone itself glows faintly, with an old warmth, and the air tastes of iron and ash. There, in caverns that no sun has ever touched, the dwarf smiths keep their forges, and among them none were more renowned in that age than the sons of Ivaldi, whose hands could coax from raw metal such things as the gods themselves marveled to hold. To them Loki went first, and he spread his hands and told them of his need, of the golden hair he must carry home. And being Loki, he did not simply ask, he flattered, he goaded, he let it fall, as if by accident, that other smiths might be greater, that here was a chance to prove whose skill was truly first among the deep dwellers. And the sons of Ivaldi, whose pride was as bright as their fires, took up the challenge. They laid the gold in the heart of the forge and drew it out finer than any spinner ever drew wool, thread upon shining thread, and they wrought it into a fall of hair so cunningly made that when it touched a living head, it would take root there and grow as true hair grows, and shine and move in the wind. That alone would have paid the debt. But the fever was on them now, and while the fires were high, they made two things more. A ship they called Skidbladnir, large enough to carry all the host of the gods and their war gear, and yet so cleverly folded in its making that it could be taken down and put away in a pouch, and always the wind would rise fair behind it the moment its sail was raised. And they made a spear, Gungnir, so perfectly balanced that once thrown, it would never turn aside from its mark, and its point would bite through anything the 9 worlds could set before it. 3 treasures, then, lay gleaming on the anvil stone, and Loki gathered them up with a smile spreading across his narrow face. He had come for hair, and he was leaving with the finest work of the finest smiths beneath the earth. He should have been content, but contentment was never Loki's dwelling place, and as he turned to go, he passed another forge, and there worked 2 brothers, Brock and Atri, dwarves of a different line, and the old itch stirred in him once more. He held up the treasures of Ivaldi's sons, and he laughed, and said that here was work no other smith could ever equal, that Brock and Atri might labor 100 years and never make their like. And then, because a small mischief was never enough for him, he wagered his own head upon it. Let the brothers try, he said. Let them forge 3 treasures to match these, and if the gods judged their work the finer, then Loki's head was theirs to take. The words hung in the hot air of the cavern, and Brock's eyes narrowed, and the bargain was struck. What a clever tongue can promise in an idle moment, and what it costs to pay, is a reckoning that now began its slow approach, down there in the red glow where the bellows sighed. For now, remember this, that Atri was the master at that forge, and Brock his helper at the bellows, and that the making of great things in the deep depends upon an unbroken heat, a fire fed steadily and never once allowed to falter. Atri knew the danger of the wager he had taken, and he knew too the reputation of the one who had made it, And so before he began, he warned his brother sternly, "Whatever comes, whatever crawls or stings or whispers, you must not stop working the bellows, not for a breath, or all is lost." Then he laid the first thing into the fire, a pig's skin, and he went away to work his charms upon it. And Brock bent to the bellows and began to pump, steady and slow, and the flames climbed. And into that cavern, unseen, came a fly. It was Loki, of course, for he had taken the shape of a small, biting fly, the better to spoil what he had wagered against. He lit upon Brock's hand, upon the very hand that drove the bellows, and he bit down hard, deep into the flesh. But Brock did not lift his hand. He worked the bellows on, though the sting burned like a coal, and when Eitri drew his work from the fire, there came out of it a boar, with bristles of pure gold, Gullinbursti, whose golden hairs would light the darkest night, and whose feet could run through air and over water faster than any horse, a mount fit for the god Freyr. One treasure was made, and the fly had not undone it, and so Loki, who did not know how to leave well enough alone, only sharpened his purpose for the next. It simply was in his nature to press harder when the first cruelty failed, and so when Eitri laid gold into the fire, and again went away to his charms, and again bade Brock keep the bellows moving, the fly came again. This time it settled upon Brock's neck, and it bit deeper still, driving in until the pain must have been a white light behind the dwarf's eyes. Yet still Brock kept his hands upon the bellows and drove the air into the fire. And when Eitri returned and drew out his work, there lay upon the anvil a ring of gold, Draupnir, and it was no common ring, for every 9th night there would drip from it 8 rings more, each as heavy and as perfect as the first, so that wealth would flow from it forever, like water from a spring. This ring was made for Odin, the Allfather, and it was a marvel, and the fly's second biting had come to nothing. 2 treasures now, and 1 making left, and it was upon that last making that Loki spent all the malice he had. Eitri laid a great mass of iron into the fire, and this, he knew, was the hardest and most perilous of the 3, and he charged his brother more sternly than before to keep the fire true. Then he went to his charms, and Brock bent to the bellows, and the fly came a 3rd and final time. Now it did not settle upon the hand or upon the neck, for those had not been enough. It lit upon Brock's eyelid, and it bit down into the tender flesh there, with all the venom it could summon, and the blood ran down and filled the dwarf's eye, and blinded him, streaming red across his sight. For one moment, only one, Brock let go the bellows with a single hand to wipe the blood away, so that he could see, and in that one moment the fire sank, just a little, just for a breath, before he seized the bellows again and drove it back to full heat. But the harm was done. When Eitri drew the last work from the coals, there came forth a hammer, and its head was mighty beyond reckoning, but its handle was short, a little too short for the great head it carried, because for one breath the fire had failed. And whether so small a flaw would cost the brothers the wager, or whether the gods would look past it to the power in the thing, was a question that now had to travel up out of the dark and be answered in the high halls above. But that is a story for another day. Good evening, and welcome back, and let us rise now, with Brock and Loki both, up the long roads out of the deep, and into the light of Asgard, where the gods gathered upon their seats, to judge the wager and to say which smiths had made the greater work. Loki laid before them the treasures of Ivaldi's sons, the golden hair, which he set upon Sif's shorn head, where it took root and grew, and shone brighter than her old glory, so that Thor's anger cooled at last into wonder, and the ship Skidbladnir that folded into a pouch, and the spear Gungnir that never missed, which he gave into Odin's hand. And then Brock stepped forward and laid down his three, the golden boar Gullinbursti for Freya, and the ring Draupnir for Odin, from which wealth would drip forever, and last of all, the hammer, which he set into the great hands of Thor, and named Mjolnir. Short in the handle it was, and the gods saw the flaw at once. But Brock spoke of what it could do, that it would strike as hard as the wielder wished, and never break, that hurled at any foe it would fly true, and always return to the hand that threw it, that it could be made small enough to hide inside a shirt. And the gods, who knew well the giants that pressed forever against the walls of their world, understood in that moment that here was the one thing that could keep them safe through all the ages to come. They judged Mjolnir the greatest of all the 6 treasures, and so the wager was lost, and Loki's head belonged to Brock. Now the trickster who had wagered so freely was not so free with the paying, and when Brock came to claim his prize, Loki first offered gold in its place, a great weight of gold to ransom his neck. But Brock would not hear of it. Then Loki, whose whole life was the cunning turn of a word, found the crack in the bargain and set his cleverness into it. The wager, he said, had been for his head and his head alone, and a head cannot be taken without taking some of the neck with it, and of the neck not one sliver had been promised. Let Brock take the head, if he could do it without touching the neck, and the dwarf, cheated of his due by a hair's breadth of clever speech, ground his teeth, for he could not answer it. Yet he would not go home empty of all satisfaction. If he could not have the head, he said, he would at least still the tongue that had made and then unmade the bargain. And so an awl was brought, and thread, and Brock sewed Loki's lips shut, one stitch after another, sealing that endless clever mouth in silence, if only for a little while. The stitches would not hold him long, for no silence ever held Loki long, and already the walls of Asgard themselves were about to become the ground of another of his bargains. But that is a story for another day. In the beginning of that next tale, there stood no wall at all around Asgard, or none that could be trusted, for the old defenses had been broken in the war of the gods, and the giants of the frost and the mountains looked hungrily upon the home of the Aesir across the open ground. Then there came a stranger, a great silent craftsman leading a strong grey stallion, and he made the gods an offer. He would build them a wall, he said, a wall so high and so thick that no giant could ever breach it, and he would raise it in a single winter, finished before the first day of summer. But his price was steep beyond bearing. He asked for the sun out of the sky and the moon beside it, and for Freya, fairest of the goddesses, to be his bride. The gods drew back at that, and would have sent him away, but it was Loki, ever the one to find the sly path through, who whispered them another course. "Let the stranger build," said Loki, "but bind him to finish in a single season with no man's help, and set the term so short that no builder alive could meet it. Then the wall would rise part way for nothing, and the price need never be paid." And so, persuaded by that clever counsel, the gods agreed and swore great oaths upon the bargain, granting the builder only the help of his stallion, thinking they had made a fool's wager that the fool could never win. For now, remember this, that they had badly mistaken the strength of that quiet grey horse. Svadilfari was his name, and by night the builder led him to the mountains and loaded him with stone, and the stallion hauled boulders so vast that the gods stood astonished to see them come, dragging in a single night more than any team of oxen could move in many. The wall climbed. Stone upon dressed stone it rose about Asgard, swift and sure, and as the winter wore down toward its last days, the gods saw with a cold dread that the work would be finished in time, that the sun and the moon and Freya herself would be lost, and all because they had listened to a whisper. 3 days before summer, only the gateway remained unbuilt, and Freya wept, and the sky seemed already to dim, as though the sun knew it was soon to be torn down. Then the gods turned as one, and their anger had a single name upon it, for they remembered whose counsel had led them into the bargain, and they laid hold of Loki, and swore that he would die the worst of deaths unless he found some way to see that the builder was cheated of his wage. How the very cleverness that had made the snare might now be bent to break it was the trickster's own riddle to solve, and solve it he must, before 3 nights had passed. It simply was beyond Loki's power to break sworn oaths outright, and so he did what he did best and found the crooked way. That night, when the builder led Svadilfari out again toward the mountains for the last great haul, there came trotting from the dark of the woods a mare, grey and lovely and wild, and she whinnied to the stallion and tossed her mane and would not be still. This was Loki, who had put off his own shape and taken the shape of a mare, and Svadilfari caught her scent and went mad for her, and broke his harness, and tore loose from his master, and bolted away into the forest after her. All that night the builder chased through the trees, and could not catch his horse, and the mare led the stallion on beneath the branches until the dawn, and the great hall of stone was never brought, and the gateway stood unfinished when the first day of summer broke. So the builder was cheated of his wage, and in his rage and grief he let his true nature show at last, for he was no craftsman at all, but a giant of the mountains come in disguise to steal away the sun and the moon and the fairest of the goddesses. And when the gods saw that a giant had walked among them, their oaths no longer bound them, and Thor was called, and Thor lifted the new-made hammer Mjolnir, and struck the builder down with a single blow, and sent him where his kind belonged. As for Loki the mare, he did not return for a long while, and when at last he came again to Asgard, he came leading a foal, a young grey horse, and this foal had 8 legs, and it was the swiftest thing that ever ran upon land or air or water. Sleipnir he was called, and Loki gave him to Odin, and upon Sleipnir the Allfather would ride between all the worlds forever after. So even out of Loki's tangle came a gift to the gods, as often it did, and yet the strangest of his getting was not this 8-legged foal at all, but 3 children waiting in a far darker country to the east. But that is a story for another day. Good evening and welcome back. And let our path turn now toward that eastern land, the country of the giants, cold and vast beyond the edges of the gods' bright fields. For it was there that Loki went in his wanderings, and there that he took to himself the giantess Angrboda, whose name means the one who brings grief, and well was she named. Of that union came 3 children, and no stranger brood was ever born into the 9 worlds. The first was a wolf, Fenrir, a grey cub when he came, but with hunger already in his eyes that no feeding could ever fill. The second was a serpent, Jormungand, who from his first hour began to grow and did not stop. And the third was a daughter, Hel, and she was born half of one thing and half of another, for down one side of her body she was a living woman, fair enough to look upon, and down the other side she was the blue and mottled flesh of a corpse, so that to meet her gaze was to see life and death seated together in a single face. In the shadowed halls of the giants these 3 grew, hidden and apart, and for a time the gods did not know of them. But the gods came to know, for the wise among them heard the old prophecies stir, the whispers that these 3 children of Loki and the grief-bringer would one day bring ruin upon Asgard, that from this brood would come the powers that would stand against the gods when the last darkness fell. And hearing this, Odin would not leave them growing untended in the east. He had them brought before him, all 3, and he looked upon them and made his judgments. The serpent Jormungand he took and cast out into the deep ocean that lies around all the lands of the world. And there, in the cold water, the serpent grew and grew, until he stretched the whole way around the earth and could grasp his own tail in his jaws, a great ring of scaled darkness circling everything that is. And the daughter, Hel of the twofold face, he sent down and away from the light, down into the mists below, and gave into her hands the rule over a whole realm, the land of the dead. All those who die not in battle, but of sickness and age and the ordinary quiet endings. Over that vast and silent country she would reign as its queen, and to her cold halls the greater number of all the dead would come at last. Where such a gift of rule would lead, and what it would mean in the days of reckoning that the prophecies foretold, is a shadow that lay far ahead. But the third child, the wolf, remained, and of all the 3, it was Fenrir that the gods most feared, and it is toward that grey and growing hunger that our path now turns. Good evening and welcome back, and let us settle now beside the wolf, for of all the children of Loki, it was Fenrir the gods chose to keep within their own walls, thinking that a thing watched is a thing better mastered than a thing left to grow in the dark. So the grey cub was brought into Asgard, into the very fields of the gods, and there he was fed. Yet feeding him was no small matter, for with every meal he swelled, and with every day his shadow lengthened upon the grass, and the shining ones who had welcomed him began to draw back from him and to speak of him in low voices. Only one among them did not flinch, Tyr, bravest of the Aesir, the god who set his courage above his comfort, walked out each day with meat for the wolf, and laid it before those widening jaws, and looked into those eyes without turning away. And Fenrir grew and grew, until the gods understood with a cold certainty that if they did not bind him now, they would never bind him at all. So they made a chain, a great fetter of iron they called lading, heavy links forged strong, and they brought it to the wolf as though it were a game, a test of the strength that was already the talk of Asgard. Let us see, they said, whether you can break free of this. And Fenrir, proud of his own might and unafraid, let them wind the iron about him, and when they had done, he stretched himself once, and the links burst apart, and fell in pieces upon the ground, and the wolf stood loose and unharmed. Then the gods forged a second chain, Dromi, half again as strong, and coaxed him a second time, and a second time the wolf suffered himself to be bound, for the fame of breaking so mighty a fetter was worth the trouble of it. He strained, and the iron bit, and then it too shattered and flew wide, and Fenrir shook himself free, and the gods looked one upon another, for no strength of their forging would hold this creature, and the fear that had crept among them now sat down and stayed. Where then might a binding be found that iron could not give? It was toward the deep places under the mountains that they turned their hope. For now, remember this, that when the strength of the bright gods failed them, they sent their hope downward, into the dark, under the roots of the world, to the dwarves, who are the oldest smiths, and who forge with more than iron. To them, Odin sent his messenger, and the dwarves set to work, and out of things that are not things, they wound a fetter. They took the sound of a cat's footfall, and the beard of a woman, and the roots of a mountain, and the sinews of a bear, and the breath of a fish, and the spittle of a bird. And though a mortal might say that none of these can be found or held, the dwarves gathered them all and spun them together, and when they had finished, they had made Gleipnir. It was a smooth and slender thing, soft as a silken ribbon, light as a strand of wool, and to look upon it, no one would believe it could hold anything at all. Yet in that softness lay a strength that no iron owned, for it had been made of the quiet, impossible things of the world, and impossible things do not break. The gods took the ribbon and carried it out to an island in the middle of a lake, and there they called the wolf to come and try his strength one last time. And Fenrir came, but the wolf was no fool, and when he saw how slight and smooth the cord was, he grew wary, and it is upon that wariness that the whole matter now turned. It simply was the nature of the wolf to smell a trick, and smell it he did. "This soft band," he said, "wins me no glory if I break it, for there is no might in snapping a ribbon, and if there is craft woven into it, if it will not break, then I gain nothing but a snare, and I will not have my legs bound in a snare for the amusement of the gods." Yet he was proud, and pride is a door that cunning can open, and so he set them a bargain. He would let the ribbon be wound about him, he said, but only if one of the gods would lay a hand between his jaws as a pledge of good faith, so that if there were treachery in it, the hand would answer for the deed. And the gods looked one to another, and each was silent, for each knew that if the ribbon held, the hand was forfeit, and no one wished to give it. The silence stretched long over the island, and in that silence, one god stepped forward. Tyr, who alone had fed the wolf, who alone had never turned from him, put out his right arm and laid his hand within the jaws of Fenrir, between the rows of those terrible teeth, and held it there. Then the gods wound Gleipnir about the wolf, and Fenrir strained against it, and the more he strained, the tighter and the harder it grew, and he could not break it. And knowing then that he was tricked, the wolf closed his jaws, and Tyr lost his hand, and gave it gladly for the safety of the worlds. Bound the wolf lay, and bound he would lie until the ending of all things. And what he would do, when at last that ending came, is a shadow far ahead of us tonight. But that is a story for another day. Good evening, and welcome back, and let us leave the bound wolf on his lonely island and turn to a lighter matter, for not all the troubles of the gods ended in such solemn cost, and some began with a theft and ended in laughter. There came a morning when Thor, the thunder god, the strong right arm of Asgard, woke and reached for the thing that was ever nearest to his hand, and his hand closed upon nothing. Mjolnir was gone, the hammer that guarded all the worlds, that no giant could look upon without dread, had been taken in the night, and Thor shook the halls with his searching, and found no trace of it. In his trouble he went to Loki, for when a thing was lost, or a riddle needed answering, it was ever to Loki that the gods turned, and the two of them borrowed the falcon cloak of the goddess Freya, and Loki flew out over the worlds to learn who had done this deed. Far into the land of the giants he flew, and there he found the thief, the giant Thrym, seated upon a mound, as lords of the giants love to sit, plaiting collars of gold for his hounds, and combing the manes of his horses, well pleased with himself. "Yes," said Thrym, "I have hidden the hammer of Thor 8 leagues deep beneath the earth, and no one shall have it again until they bring me Freya to be my wife." And with that price ringing in his ears, Loki flew home, and toward the giving of that dreadful price, our path now turns. For now, remember this, that a bargain a giant thinks he has won is often the very rope by which he is undone. Loki brought the demand back to Asgard, and they went to Freya and bade her put on her bridal linen and ride away to the giants. And the goddess answered them with such fury that the halls trembled, and her famous necklace burst from her throat. For she would sooner die than be handed to a giant in the cold east. So the gods gathered in council to think what might be done, and it was there that Loki, whose mind was never still, set out the plan that no one else would have dared to speak aloud. "Since Thrym asked for a bride," said Loki, "let him have a bride, but let it be Thor who goes, veiled and gowned as a woman, with the bridal linen over him, and the keys of a housewife at his belt, and jewels upon his breast. And let the great necklace of the goddess be clasped about his neck." Thor roared against it, for he thought it a shame upon his manhood to be dressed so and to be called a bride. But the wiser voices prevailed, for without the hammer all the worlds lay open to the giants, and shame is a small price against the fall of everything. So they gowned the thunderer in linen, and hid his beard and his burning eyes behind the veil, and hung the bright stones upon him. And Loki laughed, and said that he himself would go beside him, dressed as the handmaid, so that there might be a clever tongue at hand when the veil was in danger of slipping. And so the two of them, the false bride and the false maid, mounted the goat-drawn chariot, and rode out for the halls of the giants. And what waited at that wedding feast, our path now goes to find. Good evening, and welcome back, and let us come now into the hall of Thrym, where the giants had made all ready for a wedding, straw upon the benches, and the tables groaning, and the great giant himself boasting to his kin of the fair goddess he had won. In came the veiled bride and her handmaid, and they were seated in the place of honor, and the feasting began. Now Thor, beneath his linen, was as hungry as he was wrathful, and he fell upon the food as only the thunder god can. And before the eyes of all the giants, the bride devoured a whole ox, and ate salmon after it, and all the dainties that had been set out for the women, and washed it down with 3 great casks of mead. And Thrym stared, and his heart misgave him, and he said that never in his life had he seen a bride eat so or drink so deep. But Loki, seated close in the handmaid's gown, leaned in and spoke soft and quick, and said that it was no wonder, for Freya had been so wild with longing for this wedding that for 8 nights she had not tasted food, and hunger had made her fierce. And Thrym was well pleased with that answer, and bent to lift the veil and steal a kiss, and started back the whole length of the hall, for the eyes that met his through the linen burned like coals in a forge. Again the handmaid was ready, and said that this too was longing, that for 8 nights the goddess had not slept for wanting him, and so her eyes were red and hot. And the giant believed it, for a man believes what he wishes to be true, and it is upon that willing blindness that the whole trap now closed. It simply was the custom among them that a marriage be hallowed with a sacred thing laid in the bride's lap, and Thrym, in the fullness of his joy, called for the hammer to be brought and set there, that the vows might be blessed, and the two made one. So Mjolnir was carried in and laid across the knees of the veiled bride, and in that moment all the disguise fell away like a dropped cloak, for the hand that had ached for its hammer closed once more about the haft. Thor rose up in his linen and his jewels, and the hall knew at last who its guest had been, and the hammer did the work for which it was made, and Thrym and all his kin were laid low upon their own wedding straw. So the thunder god came home with Mjolnir won back, and once again it was the cunning of Loki, the plan no one else would speak, that had turned the loss of everything into a victory to be told over the fires for ages. Yet the same quick wit that saved the gods so often could as easily undo them, and toward one such undoing our path now turns. For now remember this, that the mind which serves you gladly today may serve you ill tomorrow, for it serves no master but its own restlessness. There came a time when Odin and Loki and the god Hoenir went wandering far from Asgard, over mountains and empty places, and hunger found them, and they killed an ox and set it to roast. But the meat would not cook, though the fire burned hot beneath it, and looking up, they saw a great eagle in the branches of an oak above them, and the eagle spoke, and said that it was he who held the cooking back by his craft, and that the meat would roast, only if they granted him his fill of it first. They agreed, and the eagle came down and seized the best portions to himself, and at that Loki in his anger snatched up a long pole and struck the bird. But the pole stuck fast to the eagle, and Loki's hands stuck fast to the pole, and the eagle rose into the air and carried him bumping and dragging over stones and thickets, until Loki thought his arms would be torn from him. For this was no eagle, but the giant Thjazi in a feathered shape. And he would not set Loki down, he said, until Loki swore a mighty oath to deliver into his hands the goddess Idun and her apples. And bruised and desperate, Loki swore it, and was set free, and carried that dark promise home, and toward the keeping of it our path now sadly turns. Good evening and welcome back, and let us speak now of Idun, gentlest of the goddesses, who kept in a wooden box the apples that were the whole secret of the gods' long youth. For the Aesir are not deathless of their own nature. It was those golden apples, tasted when the years began to press, that smoothed the age from their faces, and kept them bright and strong through the long ages of the world. And Loki, bound by his oath, went to Idun with soft and lying words, and told her that out in the woods beyond Asgard he had found apples finer even than her own, and that she should bring her own along to set beside them and judge the difference. So she went out trusting, carrying her box, and no sooner had she passed beyond the safety of the walls than the giant Tharzi came down in his eagle shape and caught her up in his talons and bore her away to his cold hall in the east, apples and all. And with Idun gone, the slow ruin began, for the gods found no fruit to taste, and the years they had held off so long came flooding in upon them all at once. Their hair went grey, and their shoulders stooped, and their bright faces withered, and the shining company of Asgard sat gaunt and trembling in their halls, and knew that unless the keeper of the apples were brought home again, they would wither into nothing. And when they searched out who had last been seen with her, the answer was Loki, and it is upon Loki, grey and frightened as the rest, that the anger of the gods now fell. It simply was that the one who made the trouble was the only one able to undo it. And so the failing gods laid their threat upon Loki and bade him bring Idun home or answer for it with his life. So Loki went again to Freya and borrowed the falcon cloak and flew east on borrowed wings to the hall of Thjazi and found it empty, for the giant had rowed out to sea. There sat Idun alone, and Loki spoke a charm and turned her into a nut, a small thing he could clutch in his claws, and with her so gathered up, he beat his wings for home as fast as ever he could fly. But Thjazi came back to his empty hall and saw at once what had been done, and put on his own eagle coat and rose roaring into the air behind the fleeing falcon. Over the sea and over the mountains they raced, the small bird and the great one gaining upon it, and the gods stood upon the walls of Asgard, watching them come. They had heaped up shavings and kindling along the ramparts, and when the falcon had swept in over the wall with its precious burden, they set the whole heap alight, and the flames leapt up just as the eagle came hurtling after, too swift and too close to turn aside. The fire caught his feathers, and Thjazi fell, and the giant was slain there beneath the walls, and Idun stood whole again among them, with her box of apples in her hands. And the gods tasted, and the years fell away, and Asgard was young once more. Yet a slain giant leaves kin who remember, and what his daughter would come to ask of the gods is a matter that waits further along our road. But that is a story for another day. Good evening, and welcome back, and let us gather now in a hall by the sea, where the mood is darker, and the wit of Loki turns at last against those it had so long defended. Aegir, the sea giant, was a friend to the gods, and he brewed ale in a great cauldron, and spread a feast in his hall beneath the waves, and thither the Aesir and the goddesses came in their gladness to drink together in peace. Loki came too, though no one had wished him there, and his mood was black. And when the company praised the servants of the hall for their skill, Loki fell into a jealous rage and slew one of them, and was driven out into the night. But he would not stay out. Back to the door he came, and forced his way again into the bright hall, and took his place among them uninvited, and from that place he began to speak. One by one he turned upon them, god and goddess alike, and there was no bright name he would let stand unstained. He mocked the gods for their old cowardices and their secret defeats. He threw the goddesses' hidden loves into the open air before their husbands. He named the broken oaths and the quarrels long buried, and he spared no one, not the greatest among them, for his tongue reached into every hidden corner and dragged what it found into the torchlight. And the cruelest edge of it was that much of what he said was true, and a truth spoken to wound is a bitter thing to answer. The laughter died in the hall, and the warmth curdled into anger and into grief, and one by one the shining faces turned cold, for the friend who had so often saved them was now the guest who shamed them all. How far a tongue may go before the worlds themselves rise up to silence. It is a reckoning that gathers now upon the horizon, and it is toward that gathering storm that our path must turn. For now, remember this, that of all the bright company in Asgard, there was one whose light was gentlest of all, and his name was Balder. He was the son of Odin and of Frigg, and he was the best loved of the gods, so fair to look upon that a radiance seemed to travel with him, so kind in his judgments that no false word had ever passed his lips. Where Balder walked, quarrels lost their heat and grief its edge, and the halls were warmer for his being in them. Yet in this season, a shadow had come upon him, for Balder had begun to dream, and his dreams were dark. Night after night they came, formless and cold, whispering to him of his own death, of a door closing, of a road going down into the dark, from which he would not return. He woke troubled and could not say why, and he carried the trouble into the daylight, where it dimmed even his shining, and the gods saw it and were afraid. For if the fairest among them could be touched by such dreaming, then no wall of Asgard was truly sound. So Frigg his mother rose up to save him, and she went out across all the worlds to gather oaths. She spoke to fire and to water, to iron and to every metal drawn from the deep earth, to stones and to the soil itself, to trees and to sickness and to every creeping venom, to birds and beasts and crawling things, and each in turn she asked to swear that it would never bring harm to Balder, and each in turn swore the oath gladly, for all things loved him, and Frigg came home with the whole of creation, bound to keep her son from hurt. But there was one small thing she had passed by. West of Valhalla there grew a slender sprig of mistletoe, soft and young upon the bark of an oak, and Frigg had looked at it and thought it too little and too tender to be asked for any oath, and so she had walked on and left it unbound. A small thing, unregarded, and it is often the small thing left unregarded that undoes the careful work of the great. That mistletoe waited on its branch, and one among the gods had marked well that it had not sworn, and toward the use he would make of it, our path now quietly turns. Get cozy, settle in, and let us begin the darkest turning of this whole long tale. For now the gods made a game of their gladness. Since nothing in the world could harm Balder, it became their delight to prove it, and they would set him in the midst of the assembly, and take up their weapons, and hurl them at him one after another. Stones flew and glanced away, blades struck him and would not cut, spears fell blunted at his feet, and arrows turned aside in the air, and Balder stood unharmed and laughing in the center of it, while the whole company laughed with him, for it seemed a marvel and an honor that all creation should refuse to wound him. But Loki looked on this sport and could not bear it, and he went away and took the shape of a woman, and came so disguised to Frigg, and drew her into idle talk, until she told him, in the ease of her pride, of the one small sprig west of Valhalla that had been thought too young to swear. Then Loki went and cut the mistletoe, and shaped it into a slender dart, and carried it back to the ring of the games. There at the edge of the crowd stood Hoder, Balder's own brother, who was blind, and who took no part in the throwing, because he could not see to aim and had no weapon in his hand. And Loki came to him gently and said that he too should honor his brother, and put the mistletoe into his grip and guided his arm and Hodder through. The dart flew true, for a brother's hand had sped it, and a false friend had aimed it, and it passed clean through Balder, and he fell. He fell without a cry, and the laughter stopped, as if the air itself had been struck dumb, and there upon the ground lay the fairest of the gods, dead among them in the very hour of their game. How the worlds could go on turning, with that light put out, is a grief we must carry into what comes next. Good evening, and welcome back into that stillness, for grief such as fell upon Asgard is a thing that must be sat with quietly before it can be borne. No god could speak. They stood about the fallen Balder and could not lift their voices, for there is a sorrow so deep that it takes even the words away. And when at last speech returned to them, it turned first to the hope that he might yet be won back. For Balder had gone the road of the dead, down to the misty realm of Hel, where the daughter of Loki keeps the halls of those who die of sickness and of sorrow. And it was there that any rescue must be sought. So Hermod the Bold, another of Odin's sons, was chosen, and he mounted Sleipnir, the eight-legged steed of Odin, and rode down and down through valleys, ever deeper and darker, 9 nights through the black country under the world, until he came to the bridge over the roaring river and crossed into the land of the dead. There he found Balder, seated in the high place of Hel's cold hall, pale and honored, and beyond all reach, and Hermod begged the queen of that realm to let him ride home again to the living. And Hel, who is not cruel, but only exact, gave answer. She said that she would prove whether Balder was truly as beloved as men claimed. If everything in all the worlds, living and unliving alike, would weep for him, then she would loose him and send him back into the light. But if any one thing refused its tears, then Balder would remain with her forever. A single condition, seeming so easily met, and yet within its narrow gate a doom was waiting, and toward that one dry-eyed refusal our road now bends. It simply was that all the world loved Balder, and so when the messengers went out from Asgard to ask creation to weep, creation wept. Word ran to every corner of the 9 worlds that all things must shed tears to bring the fair god home, and all things did. The stones wept, and water ran with weeping, and the iron and the bright metals wept, and the trees let fall their tears as the dew falls upon the cold morning, and the beasts of the field and the birds of the air and the fish beneath the water all gave their grief, and even the frost upon the branch and the earth beneath the foot wept for Balder. It is a thing seen still, men said afterward, when a cold thing is carried into a warm hall and beads with water, for so the whole world once wept, and so it will always weep, remembering him. The messengers went from land to land, and found the tears already falling everywhere before them, and their hearts rose, for it seemed that the whole of creation would keep faith, and Balder would surely be freed. But in a cave among the rocks, alone in the dark, there sat a giantess, and when they came to her and asked her to weep with all the rest, she would not. Thok was the name she gave, and she looked at them without sorrow and said that Balder had never done her any good in life, and that Hel might keep what Hel now held, and that she would weep for him with dry tears and nothing more. Dry tears she gave, and no other, and with that refusal the whole vast labor of the weeping world was undone, for the condition had been all things or nothing. The messengers turned away in bewilderment, not yet knowing what later became plain to all, that no true giantess had sat in that cave. It had been Loki, hidden once more inside a borrowed shape, closing with his own dry eyes the door that all the world had struggled to open. And when that truth was known, the last patience of the gods burned away, and toward the hunting of Loki, our path now turns. For now, remember this, that a creature who has wronged the whole world at once has nowhere left in the whole world to stand. Loki knew that the gods had learned his part at last, and he fled from Asgard and went far up into the lonely mountains, and there he built himself a house. It was a strange dwelling, for he set 4 doors in it, one facing each of the 4 ways, so that no matter from which quarter his enemies came, he would see them coming and have time to run. By night, he sat within it and turned over in his cunning every path the hunt might take. By day, he went down to the river that fell white and roaring over the rocks, and there he took the shape of a salmon, and slipped beneath the foam of the waterfall, where no hand could hold him, and no eye could easily find him, and hung in the cold current, thinking himself safe. Yet even the cleverest mind cannot help but leave the mark of its own cleverness behind it. Sitting by his fire one evening, Loki took flax and yarn and knotted it, working out for his own idle amusement how a net might be made that could take a fish out of moving water, for he wished to know the thing that might catch him so that he could guard against it. And when he saw the gods at last drawing near across the mountainside, he threw the half-made net into the fire and ran for the river and became a fish. But the Aesir came into the empty house and found the pale pattern of the net still lying in the white ashes, and wise Kvasir read what it meant, and they sat down and wove the net again out of the shape that Loki himself had left them. So the trap that took him was of his own designing, and how a mind so sharp could forge the very thing that would undo it is a wonder we will carry into the taking of him. In the beginning of the end, for Loki there was a net and a river, and the gods came down to the water and cast their weaving into the falls. Loki lay low between 2 stones on the riverbed and let the net pass over him, and they felt it catch on something and knew he was there, and they weighted it and drew it again. This time he could not lie hidden, and rather than be gathered up, he gave a great leap, up and out over the top of the net, a silver arc flung against the roar of the falls, meaning to gain the sea below, where they could never follow. But Thor was standing ready in the shallows, and as the salmon leapt, he reached and closed his hand about it in the very air, gripping it by the tail as it passed. The fish twisted to slip free, and could not, for the god's fist tightened the harder, and men say it is from that grasp that the salmon has kept its narrow tail ever since. So Loki was held at last, wrenched out of the water and out of his borrowed shape, and stood again in his own form, in the hands of the gods he had betrayed. Long had his wit defended them, and long had it toyed with them, and now the reckoning that had gathered so slowly was come fully due, and toward the cold cavern, where that reckoning would be paid, our path now goes down. Good evening, and welcome back once more, into the deep place beneath the earth, where this long tale comes to its heaviest rest. The gods bore Loki down into a cavern under the world, and they took 3 flat stones and set them on their edges, and they bound him across them so that he could not rise. For his bonds they used a cruelty measured to his own deeds, For they took the entrails of one of Loki's own sons and stretched them across him for cords, and by the will of the gods, those soft bindings hardened where they lay and turned to iron, so that no strength could break them. And that was not the whole of his punishment. Skadi, whose father Thiazi had fallen beneath the walls of Asgard long before, remembered her grief, and came and fastened a serpent in the roof of the cave above Loki's upturned face, and set it so that its venom would drip down drop by burning drop upon him where he lay bound and could not turn away. Yet even in that dark place he was not wholly forsaken, for Sigyn his wife would not leave him. She took her stand beside him and held a bowl up beneath the serpent's mouth, and drop by drop she caught the venom before it could fall upon his face. And so long as she held the bowl, he lay in peace. Only when the bowl was full and she must turn aside to empty it did the poison fall upon him. And then such pain took hold of Loki that he writhed against his iron bonds with a force that shook the whole earth, and men above, in the daylight, felt the ground tremble and did not know that it was the Trickster in his agony far below. There he lies still, they say, bound beneath the stones with the faithful bowl above him, and there he must remain until the last days come. But of those last days, and of the breaking of every bond, that is a story for another day. For now, remember this, and let us rest a while with the strangeness of the one we have followed so far. There is a doubleness in Loki that the mind turns over and cannot easily set down, for the same swift wit runs through all his deeds and yet carries them to such opposite ends. It was Loki whose cunning won back the stolen hammer of Thor, so that the gods had a defender against the giants. It was Loki who, having shorn the golden hair of Sif in mischief, went down to the dark elves and came back not only with new hair of living gold, but with the hammer itself, and the ship, and the spear, and the ring, the very treasures that made the gods strong. The same hands that gathered those gifts loosened the mistletoe, and guided the blind brother's arm, and sat dry-eyed in the giantess's cave. He is the wit that saves, and the wit that ruins, and no wall of Asgard, however high, was ever built that could keep him out or hold him in, for he is the change that comes uninvited into every settled order, the flaw already present in the fairest thing, the crack through which the future enters. The gods could not keep him, for he slipped every hold, and they could not do without him, for again and again it was his cunning that mended what their strength alone could not. And so in the quiet, we are left to turn over a question that has no easy flaw to it: whether Loki broke a perfect world that would otherwise have stood forever, or whether he only showed the gods, sooner than they wished to see it, that no world made of oaths and walls was ever meant to stand unchanging, and that even in Asgard, the seed of ending was always sown. It is a question the long night is wide enough to hold, and toward its gentle turning, our thoughts may drift a while yet. For now, remember this, and let us walk back once more, slowly and without haste, over the long northern road we have traveled together, gathering the tales as a wanderer gathers stones from a shore, turning each one over in the palm before setting it gently down. It is a good and quiet thing to do as sleep draws near, to remember, for the remembering asks nothing of us, and the beads of the story slide easily along their single thread when the mind has grown soft and willing. We began, if you follow the road back to its beginning, with the one who was not born of the gods, and yet was counted among them, the son of a giant taken up into Asgard, and bound to Odin by an oath sworn in mingled blood, so that the Allfather and the Trickster were named brothers, and no cup was poured for the one that was not also poured for the other. That was the first bead, the blood brother who wore his own shape as loosely as a cloak, who could be salmon in the water, and mare in the meadow, and fly upon the wall, and old woman by the cold hearth, the one for whom no single form was ever the last word. And from that first thread the others followed, one drawing on the next, as we have seen. We remember the treasures wrung from the dwarves in their dark halls beneath the roots of the world, the golden hair for Sif that grew as living hair grows, the ship that folded small as a cloth and yet could carry all the gods, the spear that never missed its mark, the ring that dropped 8 rings of its own weight every 9th night, and the great short-handled hammer itself, drawn glowing from the dwarf's forge while a fly stung the smith upon the eyelid. All of these Loki brought up out of the dark, half by mischief and half by cunning, so that the very strength of the gods was in some measure a debt they owed to the trickster's restless wit. That is a strange thing to hold in the mind, and the night is wide enough to hold it, and there is more upon the thread still. For now, remember this also, the wall and the wonderful foal, another bead worn smooth with the telling. We remember the builder who came to raise a rampart around Asgard against the giants, and the terrible price he asked, the sun and the moon and the goddess Freya for his wage, and how it was Loki who talked the gods into the bargain, and Loki who was set to answer for it when the work ran on too swift and sure toward its finishing. We remember how the builder's strength lay secret in his stallion, that hauled stone through the nights faster than any horse should, and how Loki went out in the shape of a mare, sleek and calling in the dusk, and led the stallion away into the woods, so that the work stood unfinished when the last day came and the wall was left to the gods. And out of that night's running Loki bore a foal of his own body, the grey horse with 8 legs, swiftest of all horses in the 9 worlds, that became Odin's own mount and carried the Allfather over sea and sky and down along the roads of the dead. So even from the trickster's flight came a gift, and the thread runs on. Get cozy, settle in, and let the darker beads slide by as gently as the bright ones, for the story does not hide them, and neither shall we, though we touch them lightly here at the end. We remember the 3 children born to Loki, and the giantess in the iron wood, the children the gods feared for the shadow of prophecy that lay upon them, and how they were parted and set each in its place. There was the wolf that the gods chose to bind, and how no chain of iron could hold him, until the dwarves wove a cord soft as a ribbon out of things that are not, the sound of a cat's footfall, and the roots of a mountain, and the breath of a fish, and how one god alone was brave enough to lay his hand between the wolf's jaws as a pledge, and lost it there when the binding held. There was the great serpent cast down into the sea, that grew until it circled all the world, and held its own tail in its mouth, the coiled boundary of the deep. And there was the daughter, half in the bloom of life, and half in the hue of death, given a kingdom of her own below, to be the keeper of all who die of sickness and of age, the quiet queen of a quiet hall. 3 children, 3 fates, and the thread does not break for holding them. It simply was the way of these tales that laughter and sorrow lay close together upon the road, and so we remember too the lighter beads that shine even now. We remember the morning the thunder god woke and reached for his hammer and found it gone, stolen away and buried deep in the earth by a giant who would trade it back only for the hand of Freya, and how it was Loki again who found the way, and how the two of them, the strong one and the cunning one, went into the giant's hall with Thor wrapped in a bridal veil and Loki at his side in a servant's dress, and how they sat at that wedding feast while the giant marveled at his bride's fierce hunger and fiercer eyes, until the hammer was laid in the veiled one's lap for the blessing and the trick was done. It is a tale to smile at even in the dark, and the smiling costs nothing, and the night draws it gently onward. For now, remember this, that the same thread carried the apples too, and the bitter feast, and the fall that could not be undone. We remember the golden apples of the goddess of youth, and how Loki, caught in a giant's talons and bargaining for his own freedom, led her out beyond the walls to be carried off, so that the gods grew grey and old and stooped in a single winter until he was sent to win her back, a falcon flying home with a nut in his claws and the fire of the giant beating at his tail. And we remember the last and heaviest of the bright things turned dark, the shining one, the best beloved, the son of Odin whom all things had sworn never to harm, and the one small plant that was thought too young to swear, and how a careless dart guided by a jealous hand brought him down among the games of the gods, and how the trickster sat afterward in a cave in the shape of an old woman and would not weep, so that the beloved could not come home from the halls below. All these hang upon the one thread, the saving and the ruin, and at the last we remember the salmon in the falls, the trickster fleeing his own deeds in the swift water, and the net woven to catch him, and the hand that closed upon his tail, and the long road down into the cavern where we found him bound. The beads are all told now, and they lie warm in the hand, and there is only one thing left upon the thread, and toward that last soft turning our thoughts may drift. Good evening, and welcome back, one last time, here at the very edge of the story, where the long road runs out into rest. In the beginning of this night, we set a single quiet question adrift upon the dark, and asked, of no one in particular, what manner of thing this Loki truly was, whether he was the flaw that broke a perfect world, or something stranger and older than blame. And now, gently, before the candle goes out, we may let that question come to its resting place. For it seems, when all the beads are told, that Loki was never simply the enemy at the gate, for the gate had need of him. He was the change that no wall keeps out and no chain long holds, the crack through which tomorrow enters a house that would rather stay as it is. The gods could not do without his wit, for it was his wit that gave them their treasures and won back their hammer and mended what their strength alone could not mend. And they could not keep him tame, for the very quickness that saved them was the quickness that undid them. And so the answer to our question is not that he broke a world that would otherwise have stood forever, but rather that he showed the shining ones, sooner than they wished to know it, that no world woven of oaths and walls was ever made to stand unchanging, and that even in Asgard, the seed of the ending had been sown from the first. He was not the ruin of order so much as the proof that all order is a thing held for a while and then given back. And there is a strange comfort in that, at the close of the day, that even the gods must loosen their grip in time, and that the loosening is not the enemy of rest, but its very door. For now, remember this, and let us name them over softly one last time, the way one names the faces of a household before the lamp is dimmed. Remember Loki, the sky treader, the shape changer, the blood brother of Odin, the wit that saved and the wit that ruined. Remember Odin the Allfather upon his 8-legged horse, and Thor of the thunder with his reclaimed hammer, and Sif of the golden hair, and Freya, whom the giants forever coveted, and the shining Balder, who went down into the quiet hall. Remember the 3 children upon the thread, the wolf in his soft, unbreakable cord, the serpent circling the sea with its tail in its mouth, and the pale daughter keeping her still kingdom below. Remember Skadi with her serpent, and remember, last and most gently, Sigyn beside her bound husband in the dark, holding up her patient bowl against the falling venom, faithful past all reason, the small, steady mercy at the bottom of the whole long tale. They have kept us company through the length of this night, and now we may let them go, each back into the old story from which they came, as the story itself grows dim and soft and far away. There is nothing left to do now, and nowhere left to go. The rainbow bridge that carried us up into that high world grows pale beneath our feet. Its red and its green and its trembling gold fading one band into another, until it is only a soft light on the edge of seeing, and then not even that. We drift back down its dissolving arch without effort, the way a leaf comes down upon still water, back across the great gulf of the dark, back toward the small, warm room where this night began, where the pillow is cool and the blankets are heavy and kind. The 9 worlds fold quietly away behind us, the halls and the forges and the frozen wastes and the deep sea and the caverns under the stone, all of them folding shut like the petals of a flower at dusk, sealing their old wonders and their old sorrows safely away where they can trouble no one, least of all you. There is only the room now, and the dark, and the rest that has been waiting patiently all this while to receive you. Imagine the 9 worlds and the fading rainbow bridge far behind you, their ancient sorrows and unbreakable bonds no longer pressing on your thoughts. In your mind, reach back and close an invisible door to that high and shadowed realm, feeling it move on silent hinges, sealing the trickster and his long tail in calm and order. Then see a single candle, its flame steady in the darkness. With a slow, gentle breath, blow that candle out and let the last curl of light fade into the night. Rest well, sleep deeply, and let the ancient stories carry you into the night.